system, the megabyte system. We have to maintain that, make sure that that's operating, making sure that the systems are functioning with a lot less people. And as technology moves forward in time, those demands are becoming greater and greater. My dad, never had a phone, and now he does, and he's working it like everyone else. And so everybody, as things move forward with tech, there's a bigger responsibility from a county perspective, and in our county, the burden and the difficulty is we have less resources to put to those demands, and everyone in every department has a high demand on getting things done. Sheriff's organization, MDTs, we have the Health and Human Services organization, making sure that the data is secure in that organization. There's requirements from the state and the feds that we have to abide by. So there's a lot of those things, and I think that's just one aspect I was thinking about that I wanted to add to that. Elections.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we were talking with LAFCO, too, about the idea that, cities and when there's growth, like what are some of the dynamics that the LAFCO folks need to appreciate, understand, and include in their approaches if you're going to have some more formation, because those economic impacts as you're trying to form the cities or deal with adding area to a city, what are the hydraulic impacts to the county? Because the cities rely on the county services for all kinds of things. Like law enforcement, they have their police department, but oftentimes it's contracted sheriff's department. And they may have their, what was another function that we talked about?
Well, actually, they have fire, but the city does the fire, and the county contracts the reverse.
Right. So there's those cooperative relationships that are unique in smaller communities that you have to think through and be accountable for, because you might say, well, no, we don't want to put money over there, but if you don't, you won't have the service. There's just things you're going to have to navigate. So I really appreciate the LAFCO folks here. Okay, did you want to add something? Okay. Cool. So we'll keep those up on the wall over there. My intention for the afternoon is to give you just a high-level view of some of those other components. It'll take me like 5 minutes, and then we're going to roll up our sleeves, and we're going to do 3 key activities with the remainder of the afternoon. And I'm really going to encourage you to be at a table, and so I'm going to invite the members of the public who've been sitting kind of off to actually join a table, because we'll make this a real workshop. And so you can pick wherever you want to go to be comfortable. And when we do those workshop elements, we've got worksheets for you, and Hannah and I will be taking and analyzing those and putting those together and giving them back to you all. So anything that we generate here today will be available to all of you. We just want to do that through the CAO's office, because how that gets communicated is a really nice opportunity for them to be connected with you. So I'll be giving it to them, and then you'll be hearing. So with that, one of the activities that we'll do is another type of a scan, which is looking at, and the worksheets are on the table, the probable feature, the desirable feature, and then what are some of the things that you think the county needs to consider. Now, because there's so many representatives here from other jurisdictions, I'm going to ask that for that we focus on the county, because your view of the county is what I want to get your input on, and it'll allow the county to be looking at what are some of the issues that are important to you. So throughout the morning, I've been talking about cities and counties and things. I really am wanting that one to focus on this county for its plan and your contributions to that information. The second thing we'll do is look at doing a SWOT swab, which I'll talk to you about what that is. It is looking at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and barriers of the county to pursue the desirable future that you identify. So those would be connected. From that, then, analyzing that kind of information, we'll then start to consider some potential goals to be included in the upcoming execution of a strategic plan. So that's the roadmap of where we're going. I'll include some info. I'm going to give you some examples. A couple people talked about the importance of data, so I have a couple slides about data I wanted to share with you. And we will take an afternoon break. I'm guessing around 2:30-ish, something like that. So with that, any questions or comments before we keep going?
Can you repeat it all again?
Sure. We're going to do 3 activities. This is what they are, and then we're taking an afternoon break. And we want to focus on the county. How's that?
Okay, perfect.
All right. So before I start adding more information in, I'd like to hear 3 comments. So from 3 different people. Either a compliment from the morning, like for the group, a question you have about anything that got brought up, or a suggested enhancement for me and Hannah to be aware of so that we can adjust this afternoon. So either a comment, a question, or we may move those people down over here. It's quite interesting. In fact, we'll do that. We'll encourage you to move your chairs this way in just a second. So a comment, a suggestion, and a question. Any of that, like any comment, question, or suggestion. So 3 comments, questions, or suggestions. Anybody? We need to get that window sealed. Yes, sir.
I think the morning went well. I think I feel a lot of positive energy in the room, like we're headed in the right direction. I'm super happy to have all the collaborative effort from all our agency team members and elected officials from different departments. So I feel good about the morning, and hopefully we come up with a good product.
Great, thank you. Question, comment, 2 more. I want to hear from different parts of the group. So in addition to elected staff or visitors, yes.
For me, it's been informative to learn the challenges our county faces right now from the different departments.
Okay, cool. So useful to hear from that, looking at the trends and demands piece. Okay, you've already started your strategic planning process by doing that. Okay, yes, sir.
I like the fact that we're all looking at the same picture, the same page. Mm-hmm. And if we can all start working like that, we're going to make a stronger group of people doing what needs to be done in our community. And we're here for a reason. We were chosen to be here by whomever, we got voted or whatever. But it's your mission or our mission to go forward as a team. And, stop all this bullshit between us. I'm sorry, but I have to say that because I've seen it happen in the past. That's one of the reasons I got into the political arena. I'm an actor. Okay, that's what I do for a living. And but I've had to put that on the side because I needed this to be taken care of in our community, and I figured I could do something with it. And this just reinforces what I've been thinking.
Well said. Thank you. Yes.
I would like to add to that the fact that I've come to these retreats before, and I'm very pleased to see more city officials in this retreat than before. Jim Gillio is the only one that I've seen at these retreats before. Marty, before he was a councilman.
So, you're another person that came in after we started. Would you be willing to introduce yourself?
I am a concerned citizen of
we don't need to know. We don't need to know.
And what's your name, just so people know?
No, you don't want to say her name.
Yeah, we all know.
Good.
Elia Salinas.
Thank you. All right, and welcome. We're glad you came. Okay. All right, so most plans have vision, mission, values. We're not going to spend time on that today, but it's the why the organization exists so that people's lives are better and then you can get stuff done. I try to use language like that, like what are we going to do to get stuff done and make sure that people are safe and healthy doing it. That's really what your job is as a county. When you get there, I'm hoping that we'll have an opportunity for the cities and other stakeholders to have some input for this. And I think this slide is the most important on this, which is you want to generate a compelling, kind of imagination-stretching vision. And so there are a couple of ways you can do that when you get there. It's really simple to have. It's a community where, and to do that, we do what. So it highlights the future that you want to create. Mission statement, I really like this definition. These folks are in the Bay Area. They work a lot with nonprofits. It's who you are, what you do, and the foundation upon which you make your decisions. That's your mission. What do you exist to do? It's the doing part. So you take your vision, and then to put that in reality, what are you actually going to do, for whom, how, and where? That's your mission. Here's some sample vision and mission statements. Again, big county, I get that, but I just want you to see that there's some crossover and some similarity because counties, no matter how large or small, have particular roles. Here's San Diego, even bigger, and then here's YOLO. YOLO doesn't have a vision statement, totally fine. You don't have to have all those. But I highly recommend a mission statement because that allows you, let me move aside, that allows you to give a North Star for your partners, your staff, your constituents. It tells you where you're trying to go. So we're looking at, sustainable communities. We're looking at strong and sustainable communities here. We're looking at responsive government, data-driven services, and strengthening community and youth opportunity. That, you're a county. You're not a private sector company that's looking at doing some other things. I also decided to show you a couple that were specific to different departments. So here's a sample from a human services department. And then here's a sample from a probation department, so that you can see that you can take these strategies into your departmental work as well. So if you look at some of the larger counties where you've got hundreds of employees in a department, they will do their internal processes to generate some of this work. For smaller counties, you want it to be, especially smaller counties, you want it to be aligned with what's happening at the countywide level, and you can do it as a part of that process. These are some other jargon terms. It's basically, what do you want to do, how are you going to do it, and how are you going to know you're doing a good job? That's the way I like to look at this whole slide. What are you going to do, how are you going to do it, and how are you going to know what good looks like? So measuring things is really useful and important. I really like this quote, too, because I find that electeds in particular get a lot of pressure, and I've got 3 of them talking to each other back there. I want them to hear this. That's okay. That's good. I'm real transparent. You got me now, right? So I think this is an interesting thing because electeds have particular challenges of constituents having expectations that aren't being met. And so if we tell our staff what's expected of them and are able to support them to develop the skills and talents and utilize the resources carefully and respectfully, then we'll lessen the disappointments that people are expressing. So like understanding from Stuart's presentation about what the fiscal realities are, there's only so many resources. How you're going to prioritize how to use those and make sure that the staff know what good's going to look like for this county on these particular issues is going to be really important. This is another quote that I really like. It's like instead of pretending that we're not doing a good job, let's look at what is acceptable performance and hold ourselves and everybody else accountable to it. So let's not just complain, they don't do a good job at the blank county, blank city, whatever. It's let's connect with purpose. And so if you know what your North Star is, you know where you're going as that mission, you know what you're doing for whom, then we can make sure we tap into people's sense of purpose. Gathering, analyzing, and utilizing your data. This is the scan. This is what we've started and what we're going to jump into to keep going here now. So internal to the county as well as external stakeholders. So this is a really nice blend of both of those, and I want to acknowledge Ray and the CEO staff for extending the invitation, as so many of you have mentioned. How could you not know, if you're working this hard with so much of a lack of available resources, how could you not want to know that what you're doing is actually having the impact that you're setting out to have? How would you not want to know that you're moving the needle? You need to figure out how you can understand where you are moving the needle, where you're not, and adjust your sails. So that the things we put on the external scan about looking at the external environment and thinking about what do you need to plan for and respond to moving forward is a great way of pulling that thread in the weave so it comes together as a tighter weave. So as we move into the business environment, I'm thinking that we want to just think out loud a little bit about what have you seen, not the external trends and demands, but what have you seen internal to San Benito over the last 3 to 5 years that's significant or novel? Ray gave us one example that I jotted up there, he just spoke to, is about that whole idea of technology. That the state and the Fed and other people expect you to have technological skills, capacities, and systems in place. There isn't money for that given to you to do that usually. But yet, in order to be in compliance, you have to be able to do that. What other things, both internal to the county as an organization, but to this region, have you seen that's changed or is significant or novel in your business? How you get stuff done? It's a little bit different than what's happening out there, trends and demand. This is what's changed in how you're getting stuff done. So technology is one impact. What else?
Some of our services have expanded. We recently have the whole person care pilot collaborative between San Benito and Mariposa County that allows us to work with some of what we call our gap folks that have needs that we just can't place into one basket. And so they gave us enough of a overriding parameter that we could build our own program and say, well, if you give us this money, this is what we would like to do. Mm-hmm. And instead of them telling us, here's the money, here's what you're going to do with it.
Right.
It was very
okay, cool. Thank you. The Affordable Care Act in and of itself the last 3 to 5 years has had a huge impact on a lot of different so I'm going to just put ACA for the Affordable Care Act. Okay. Yes, sir.
I was thinking AB 109, you had mentioned that earlier, jail services from the state. We've kind of handed that down to county government to handle those services, and now we take that on. IHSS was another one, too, that's been handed down. Those changes have occurred.
Do you want to
have an impact?
Put a little sentence on that, or was that okay, the whole person care in the ACA?
Well, it was in terms of IHSS, it was kind of like a looming boulder that was going to just totally decimate what we could do because of the financial impact, and the state was able to figure out how to keep that from happening so that we could continue to have a good program and not suffer a significant financial burden.
And impacting other programs.
Sure. Right. Yeah, taking away money.
Realignment.
Could we turn this mic down a little bit? We're getting feedback up here. That's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am.
Predatory agencies like Fish and Game, Wildlife, they just don't work with us, especially San Benito County. We have had potential economic projects that been downscale is denied because of these idiots.
So you're feeling a lack of connection or cohesiveness?
Yeah, somehow there's a different land, different world.
And that's an example potentially of when things are happening at the federal or state level and you're trying to calibrate and look at what you need to have done here, the pressures and demands on them may be impacting the relationship you have with them. I mean, there's lots of different sources for that, but you might be upset with them. I sit here and think, so why did that happen? Was it good before and it's bad now? And what were the pressures and external trends and demands that they're facing? And what's happening, in Washington or at the state level that is impacting those relationships as well? Yes?
I think there was a philosophy that said federal and state government are partners in programs, and I think recently they're subsidizing programs, and that you can't really rely on that anymore. That you have to, that was kind of easy money to get to support our programs and our efforts, and I don't know that we can do that anymore.
So a change in the funding and the funding sort of strategies from the state and the Fed with
and
local.
What we can expect.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Those expectations and relationships and, the technical assistance they might provide or the how you could meet this particular mandate, all that stuff. Yes, sir.
I think the overarching theme is local control. At the end of the day, we know our community better than any other state or federal agency, and we have to have the ability to manage the different things that are happening at different times. And if we lose our control and these mandates force us to do certain things, they might very well push us in a greater extent of disparity, not being able to manage our own resources better than we should be able to.
Welcome to Ray's World, every minute of every day.
Well, yes.
That's what CAOs and CEOs are faced with constantly. And trying to educate people like yourself who, you've been around public sector government, but for those boards and commissions and electeds and things who think from the outside they can see things. I mean, some of you have commented on it's real different when you get on the inside than when you're looking at it from it's a different set of lenses. And so the control and the impacts of those changes and our perceptions of where we feel like we should have control but maybe don't. Those tensions are potentially really frustrating. Thank you for adjusting. Okay, yes, sir.
I think that kind of segues into organizational changes too. You know, in San Bernardino County, in order to try to find efficiencies, that's what the RMA was about. It was a couple of different, 3 or 4 different departments with department heads, and in order to try to find efficiencies, you know, we combined departments and find organizational changes, as well as also working with other partnerships with public safety. For instance, working with City of Hollister and San Juan Bautista, joint fire protection, public safety areas, and things like that. And it's kind of pushed us into, you know, changing the way we do that type of business as well.
Okay.
SCR 911.
Yeah.
Can you say what that is for people who don't know?
Yeah, it's the Santa Cruz County JPA that we're a part of to handle our 911 services.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, the wedges under the door just started for housing. It's going to be an enormous. If the governor's proposal, even if he gets 10% of his current proposal, that would make an enormous difference in the way we would have to do our housing. So
The housing element, your planning, all that stuff.
Huge.
Yep. And you're going to get all those people doing NIMBY, not in my backyard, not my next door, not my block, not my. And you're going to have to figure out, you know, the skills and information that need to be, the skills and information that staff need to have in all the entities to be able to communicate to the community why and how and what's the purpose and where did it come from. So otherwise, you end up carrying all those rocks, and you get the haters who don't want to support when that's what you have to do. You don't have a choice if you're going to receive state and federal funding. Okay, other things? Yes, John.
Legalization of cannabis.
I was going to wonder when that was coming up. Did I spell? Here's my spell check again. Cannabis. So I was talking to Melody Serrano yesterday about the various jurisdictions and their expectation about funding generation and a lot of areas in the region. Did you attend that meeting about the cannabis by chance? Okay. So I guess a bunch of regional folks from, I think, down to Ventura maybe, or maybe it was just Santa Barbara up through these counties into and including Santa Cruz and Santa Clara, we're looking at the revenue realities of cannabis, and it hasn't generated the income yet that people were expecting, and the people applying for licenses haven't necessarily shown up to do that. And so there's this, you got to do all this enforcement stuff, which costs you, but then you don't necessarily have the revenue to support all that happening, and so you're not getting the benefit yet of any tax revenue from it, and you're having to expend for things like enforcement. So it's that hydraulic push that, it's pretty messy right now. Okay. Did I summarize that okay for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. So cannabis. What else? Yes.
Perhaps a little bit more recent than the past 3 to 5 years, but other state legislation, including the accessory dwelling units, junior accessory dwelling units,
the AUD and the ADU,
and then the reach of the California Public Records Act, San Jose case with regards to cell phones, email, etc. And current SB, is it 1421? On peace officer records. Bail bond reform pending. Because we have
bail bond reform?
Yeah, bail bond reform. So potentially seeing what happens in 2020, I think is slated for now.
Okay. Oh, only 5 or 6 things. That's all right. What else?
Well, transportation, how could we not miss that? One of our biggest issues.
We got it all solved.
Part of solving it is identifying, like, what are the pressing issues? Like, what are the things that we're actually faced
the
with?
delta is who's paying for it. That's it. Case, yes, transportation has been a problem, but the big delta is SB1 and who's paying for it.
Okay. I think there's 2 pieces there, but whatever. Okay. So, yes.
Underlying some of it, especially transportation, is 10 years out, we're still feeling the effects of the recession. We still haven't fully recovered in staffing and revenues. deferred maintenance?
Well, and one thing we know, there's going to be a correction again in the market. It's a matter of when. And one of the things that public sector agencies have to do is ride that stuff and figure out how to contract and expand and constrict and those kinds of things when they happen. It's interesting that you get a little bit of a heads up. When the market goes down, you're in a budget cycle. You know what theoretically, unless something super catastrophic happens, but you get a sense for that year where you're at. It's the coming year that you really have, you have to deal with, which is one big difference between private sector business and public sector is you do get that moment to take a breath and think about how you can be strategic. So if you have a plan in place, it might help you, because it's going to happen again, right? It might help you take that breath very smartly and strategically and be in conversation about some of the hard choices you're going to have to make from a more objective perspective, a more thoughtful perspective. Yes?
I don't know if it was brought up, but I think growth is a big discussion item.
Okay.
In the county, we have, what, like 2,200 and something units.
Yep.
The pipeline and the city also has about 1,000, I don't know, but it's a lot of units that we would say no to any development. You still gonna have close to 4,000 units will be built. Mm-hmm. And so you talk about taking a breather. How do we take advantage of that to make sure that we don't have that in the pipelines in the future?
I'm not saying take a breather. I'm saying you need to say, holy cow, there's a big change coming at us and our budget's going to get impacted. Take a deep breath and lean into your plan. I'm not saying you put the pause button on stuff. I'm saying oxygenate your brain with the information that you generate from your plan. Thank you for saying that, because that's not what I didn't mean. Take a pause. I meant use the info.
How do you walk two parallel ideas or visions? One is we continue to approve projects, and two, we try to create policies that we can sustain what at that time we do it the right way.
The art of planning and projection, and that's why you have professional staff to help you figure some of that out and navigate what the best practices are in other jurisdictions as well. That's why partnership is really important. You can't, as an elected official, be expected. That slide I had a few slides ago, there's no one person or entity or department that's smart enough or rich enough to solve these problems. Government was designed to be difficult on purpose, so that there theoretically isn't tyranny. And there are these rules and regulations like the Brown Act and other things that are supposed to put things up in the sunlight so that you have a sense of the reality of what's going on. That's why identifying this and putting voice to that tension that you have about growth and regulating, and growth and lack of resources, and growth, and that's part of what being in the public sector is about. It's doing that dance and navigating and being able to live with that tension and trying to use that tension creatively to come up with some solutions that you can do.
I mean, we just with the sweat of a lot of members in the community, including we passed Measure G to fix our problems. Now the governor's telling us to do other things.
When was Measure G passed?
November.
There you go. That goes up here. Because there are expectations that get connected to efforts like that, and yet then there are additional mandates and external forces that impose on that. Same, the cannabis is another example like that. We have these expectations. We do revenue projections, and then they're not panning out the way we projected them. Well, we got to retool. We got to readjust. So I'm sure Stewart's head explodes on a regular basis. So, okay. Are we good with this? Going. Any last issues you want to put up here?
I also put business license tax in there.
Business license tax?
There's going to be an expectation on us to manage that. We're just giving that to the treasurer, tax collector.
Occupancy tax. And then our friend of the library.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking with growth, people are needing more services because we've got more people, and yet our services, particularly, the library stayed at the top for many years now. People are talking about having a new rec center, a youth center, things like that are kind of in the works right now.
So impacts and expectations related to growth. One is the growth of what do we approve? Do we grow? Do we form, or expand city boundaries? Do we create a new city? What do we do with that? And then also, what are the impacts related to that? Madera is dealing with the same thing. They've got thousands of units coming online. And, if it's going to be in the unincorporated area, what happens with those expectations about county services, et cetera? It's the same thing. I mean, you're unique, and they're unique. And there are some things that are similar and that you can relate, okay? I'm not saying, it's the same thing. I'm just saying there's some commonalities of the challenges that small counties face. Okay, we good? All right, let's keep going. So in that analysis that we did earlier, if you don't want to do a whole pestle analysis with the political, economical, technological, environmental, all those things, these are the ones that I recommend you take some steps to do. So in the cities, you may be able to do a scan and say, what are some of the things that are impacting us as a city on these layers? We did this before. That's the emerging trends stuff that we've got over in the other area. So here's our next exercise. Having gotten some of this stuff documented, and I'm going to seriously encourage people who are sitting in chairs over there, let's grab some chairs, bring them up here, and then that way you don't have to listen to the howling. Everybody can have a worksheet. There are enough of them, thanks to Dulce and her team. And the discussion is going to go like this. You have a worksheet with 3 columns on it. It's not going to go in linear order. Let me say that again. You've got a worksheet with 3 columns on it. You're going to go in a slightly different order. Look at the screen. You are going to first do the left-hand column, which says, what is, given all this information, so we're not just brainstorming out there because we feel like we can have a good time. We're brainstorming in relation to the external scan data. Given the realities, given the way the changes in business, given those trends and demands, what is a desirable future? What are those elements that are a desirable future for the county of San Benito? And this is the thing that I really want you to focus on, the county. So for those of you who are here as a resource from other entities, other cities, etc., please help focus on the county. Okay. The next column you'll do is actually the right-hand column. It's the 3rd column, which is to say, if things stay the same, if we didn't change anything, what's the probable future for San Benito County? And just realistically, pragmatically, if we don't change anything, what's likely to be the outcome in 3 to 5 years for how we're looking at what San Benito is going to be? Ultimately, and I'm going to help walk you through this, I'm going to give you time frames, is what should that middle column include that says, what do you think the county should start, stop, or continue doing in order to pursue the desirable future and bridge from the probable to the desirable? This is starting to get to what some of the goals and the various things might be that you should consider in your plan. So the very first step that I want you to do is, and please follow me, because then I'll be able to calibrate what I'm hearing and questions that come up and I can share with you. So I'm going to give you a few minutes. I'm thinking about 5 or so, maybe a little bit more, to define that universe again of what you got from your 2 scans so far of the changes in business and your emerging trends and demands. What would a desirable future include for the county of San Benito? Please join a table, and I'm going to really encourage the people who have come in from the public, join a table, pick which one you want. These are tabletop discussions. If you are you are doing it as a tabletop group, and I'm going to ask that if you're an elected, in addition to sharing information, ask some questions of the resources of the staff that's at your table or your community partners. And also, I'd like to ask one person to serve as a scribe so that at the end of the discussion, you can give Hannah and me those worksheets so that we can capture what you discussed. So if one person, they can still contribute to the conversation. You're only going to be scribe for this exercise here. And I'm going to say that if your birthday falls close to February 14th, you get to pick who the scribe is at your table. That's your birthday present. Yeah.
So how narrow do you want us to drill this down? Do you want us to say things like create economic opportunities, or do you want us to be really specific?
I would get more specific. Like, what could you actually tangibly see or aim for in the county? What would make sense that you think that if you did it would create a desirable future for the county? Thank you for the question. Try to get realistic and pragmatic, not theoretical and, way out in the clouds. We want to bring you down to the ground a little bit. What other questions do you have? Go for it.
Great handwriting. You're the voice. Anybody can spell. That's not here.
Okay, well, we get the calls on your being that you're the only unelected person. I got to use some logic somewhere. My birthday is next week,
Okay, anybody got a second? You're either going to do it or you're going to do it yourself. Go when you get go. Yeah, we're like a day apart.
No, we know where the choice is.
It will not be graded on spelling, just get the word on
One of the biggest things I heard, yes, you guys go recap it.
We have a sewer plant.
Yes,
we have a garbage company. Yes. It might be their phone. I know, when you add it up, what happens every year now, the next 5 years, well, I think They want to
working on our high that's what they call it. And then you're saying what they do without hearing artificial service, about what their house is have all that stuff. A lot of I don't know. We get a lot of kids do this. Very, very now, when we did that, we don't have this is like what we do. We never even do it. But like,
And I don't mean just, services. We have clinicals, we have psyche, we have phobia, we have a lot of desirables that we need more. I have patients that do not live in this house. They don't have their kids, I don't know.
Some other like guys like that why do they want to take care and also me I love it here. Yeah, maybe they would have a shelter in the family. Yeah, but the reality of the matter is like
and the only reason I think
and then let's talk about ways to do that.
those are the ones that make money.
We just like and we don't leave the house. Where is it going to be? On a Saturday. Maybe we go and
so we're probably not going to help and they make extra money. A volleyball coach, $2,000 for what for now before they've got some that make they make good money.
We beat stuff.
It's been years. You make $80,000 a year. You only work 110 days out of the year. And the thing is, I think that is what in itself.
But you're right, no limit is near like
I don't know about San Benito County. Or not San Benito, sorry, I'm in the wrong county. I'm in the wrong county. I can tell you, I think
put that in the green wall.
I was actually looking for right. I want to make sure I know where it is. I mean, I know that was
That's fine. Pretty good.
Yeah, so I think, so I think working on the process, salary, example of and then back that are working with them. With the big we want to be on the ground working like the private sector. But I think it's
I'm going to give you about one more minute, so why don't you wrap up the thoughts you're on this one segment.
Oh, I thought we were just listening to you.
You are. Okay, I'm going to ask for you to find a place to pause.
Find yourself talking about more than just the desirable future, which is really, really cool.
And I know that happens with this exercise, and it's really great to get people thinking like toward the ground, right? Like desirable and yet believable. And I just want to draw your attention to a couple things, and then I want to hear a couple of examples of what you came up with. We added on the green list both healthcare benefits and retirement benefits for employees and the impacts of some of the changes in those systems. You know, there are these tiered systems now. If you've been working in the public sector for a while, you're in one system, and if you're coming in, you're in a different system because of the reduction in available benefits to you after you retire. So that has an impact on staffing in all kinds of different ways. Because if you're here in San Benito and you don't have benefits during your retirement, and yet there's another county close by, you can go work there if they still have that. Get into that system, and then that's another disincentive for them to put in some time here. So there's impacts that happen externally and locally that have an impact on your ability to recruit and retain particular staff, especially younger folks. Yes, Ed?
Can I just add something that you just mentioned it?
Please.
A lot of the things that we don't market ourselves,
yep.
One of the reasons, those contributing factors for me coming here is PEPRA. So with the San Benito County, you can be a classic member under the agency, and you don't come in as a tier 2, you come in as a tier 1.
Oh, so that's, I spelled it wrong, right? It's PEPRA. It's an RA, not a CA. Thank you.
Okay. So that's a selling point for our county. We don't market. I had to research our annual evaluations to figure that out.
And so state again, you actually have, it's an attraction for you.
I came from Santa Cruz County, where I'm a classic tier 1. If I would go to Monterey County, I would be a tier 2. Because I came here, we only have 2 tiers. I fall by default into the classic.
So you get those additional benefits
right.
as if you had been working here to get them.
And those are for people that have years of employment. But if for the millenniums or the newer people that want to come into government, that becomes kind of an issue because of the PEPRA laws.
Okay, cool.
We can steal certain votes.
Yeah. All right. Okay, keep him around. All right. So I asked this table to be ready to share a couple of examples, and I want to hear 2 other examples from other tables in after they're done. So get ready.
So I missed some portion of it, but what I got from the group is incorporate other activities, like things for leisure for adults and kids. One thing that we were saying, like the jump house, like some of us have children, and we want extracurricular activities with them.
Ways to get outside and wiggle.
Right. So one of the issues that we saw is people that work out of town come here on the weekend, keep their dollars here on the weekend, and give them activities. One thing we were talking about restaurants, having more restaurants that cater different cuisines and not just your. I'm always going to like one place to call and go for birthday, change it up a little bit. One thing is like we have wineries that are not marketed, and also there's no wine coolers that are being offered. Uber's an issue, so you're not encouraged to go wine tasting because you can't drive.
Right.
So you need Uber, but there's no Uber here. How do we encourage more people in Uber? It's more of a
That's good for now. Edgar, that's good for now. That's great. Yeah, we're good. So the idea of leveraging potential discretionary dollars and discretionary activities, that whole idea of providing people with families things to do so they can get outside and wiggle and enjoy this beautiful state that we live in, right?
We were also thinking it would help towards keeping people here. If there were more fun leisure activities for them to do, maybe they wouldn't be, that would be another factor that might keep employees here rather than going off to another.
Generate the draws to San Benito, and if they can get exposure to this, they go, hey, this would be a nice place to live, and then they start looking, and good. Thank you very much. How about another example, one example from one of the other tables? Desirable future. Yes.
Increased housing of all types to support all levels of income.
Okay. So that idea of that balance between the growth and the expectation of services, which is what you had brought up for us, is how do we hold that tension and not stop things and yet be able to somehow have a modicum of control and quality about how services and those expansions take place. That happened right before our Thank you. Welcome. Yes.
Yeah, on the housing side, we had the same issue, but there's a state mandate for affordable housing, and they use a statewide median. And so San Benito County is affordable for everybody up in Silicon Valley. So that's why they're coming here. And if you live here and work here, it is not affordable. So the state's regulations are flawed because the county can meet its low-income housing targets without having anybody that votes them in office getting a house. It's the people that commute that they might be registered to vote here, but otherwise they don't work here and they don't live on the incomes of the salary for the county or the cities.
It's really interesting to think about this from two different ends. We've got this reality of, people coming in from Silicon Valley who have way bigger pocketbooks and how it drives up the cost of living for everybody here. The flip side of that is we've got homelessness, and people say, we don't want people experiencing homelessness to be here. Why don't we send them back where they came from? It's the same dynamic. You don't get to control for some of that. And some of the data is saying around people experiencing homelessness that majority of them are from the region in which they're counted prior to becoming homeless. So then you've got these people coming in from external areas which start to change with expectations and the culture of what's going on the other end. Those with resources and those with not enough. So the way I like to think about those kinds of dynamics in a plan is accommodating and providing services for people with more than enough, and not enough. And if you think about those three tracks, how do you attract from the enough and more than enough? How do you navigate and balance creating safety and those other things for the people who don't have enough or are on the edge and maybe they have just enough right now? And so if you put those kinds of filters on your planning process, you get a sense of the different solutions for different situations. So, all right, the next part of this. Imagine we were sitting here 3 to 5 years from now and we just had kept going. Just the way you're going. What is likely to be what's happening in San Benito County? What's the probable future? If you keep holding your purse strings really tightly, you're doing what you need to do to meet those mandates the best you can, you're friendly toward one of the other jurisdiction, but you haven't really, dove in on any collaboration or any particular type of planning and balancing the tensions of the mandates and the realities of growth, all that kind of stuff. What's the probable future? And so I'd like you to use, that's the third column. It's highlighted on your worksheet. I'm not going to give you as much time on this one. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. Okay? So now you're working. Yes, another question. This is good. You helped us. Please speak out loud. No, don't need to match. If you want to match on a couple of them, that's fine because that makes sense, but you don't need to match. Thank you for asking. Good questions. I appreciate that. Okay? 5 minutes. Go. Probable future.
If we were to stay on the same course that we're on right now, I think the city and then the county would be separate. And I'd check
I find it
so from an organization, I mentioned every year we have the road kids that we but didn't actually even with still we have the pipeline yeah, that and they're in their shops.
I don't think it's so stable, like if we do nothing. You know, because the reality is it's not how this not just physically,
the new building that's going up, that could be a sign of robotics. I mean, if you've got thousands of dollars that grants and the CTE, that's all. We're very technology. As far as education goes, the high school has to have the teachers. One more minute. Well, unfortunately, from my point of view, school districts is not prepared for kids for high school.
We had one in we have all the money and work. You know, I would figure out like $1 million a mile for
I'm not saying that there's only so much to do. There's going to be a lot of intervention in that school district. I mean, we
absolutely. That's a good
might be a year
I'm thinking
to Poland, so they cut off this is the same deal as we're the only coastal county in California that does have one inland.
Well, I'm from school. I'm from San Benito High School. So.
Oh, you're from the high school.
Yeah. But I'm city council too, so.
Got it. Are you on both?
I don't sit on the board. I
When I bought my house, I was speculating.
Spring room. Secret
Alrighty, so let's hear a couple of examples now too about, thank you for finding a place to pause. Let's hear a couple of examples that came out of this one. Yes, sir.
Substandard housing.
Okay.
Poor roads, road failure.
Okay.
And I'll do one more. Higher income community with no public contribution on coffers.
What was that last part?
Higher income community.
Oh, higher income community with no
without making a contribution to the county coffers.
Right. Okay. It is interesting. It's like, where do those funds go if you end up generating, if more people who have more resources are actually residing here and then commuting to other places, that the dollars somehow don't get in to provide those infrastructure supports. There's, a rub there. This is why it's so important to have agencies like LAFCO at the table in these conversations. Okay. How about a couple more? How about a couple from this side of the room? Probable future, if you didn't change anything. You were talking a lot. Bring it on. Bring it on.
We had bedroom community congestion, road deterioration, and our resources are spread too thin and we can't meet the demand increase on our resources.
So a lot of the things that you just mentioned are things you currently are living in. That's the immediate windshield right here. You're about to bump your head up against it, right?
Well, beyond capacity schools.
Yeah. Beyond capacity schools. Okay, and I mentioned, Ray and I talked at the lunch break about making sure that representation from the schools is here, and we do have a council member who's also involved and employed by the district. So there's an opportunity to get input. How about saying out loud enough where we can hear it? Is that appropriate?
With the school, what's different now is people aren't having as many kids as we used to. Also.
Okay.
You think poor families have more kids than rich families?
No, I'm saying that in this society today, we just talked about it, people are staying home now. They don't leave their house. They're still there in their mid-20s, early 30s. Yeah, but there's different measurements to that. I mean, I'm just going to charter schools.
Okay, I'm hearing a couple different interpretations. I think what I heard is there are fewer young people being born in many families, and that may impact population.
30 years ago, the average
people were having more kids.
household was what? 4 people? I'm just making up.
17.
Well, that was you.
We're not average in any way.
He's far from average. Was it 17 or 18? 17. But now it's like, now it's like, just say it's 2.5. It's different. It's changing. There's not as many.
Right. So there are indicators, and then I think your point is there are different indicators in different populations that can be used to say, how do we know what we think we
We're
know,
talking about
right?
this community, and right now, as it stands, we have 4 schools that are double copies. In fact, it's actually 8 schools on one campus.
Because you've got the charter school, and you've got, it's 8 schools on one campus?
Maybe it's 6. It's HCLA, Gowan Hills, it's Calaveras, it's AAA, the Hollister Prep on All Hardy. So there's a lot of schools on one campus, and it's only getting worse.
So the impact, which is one of the things that you're talking about having schools at the table, is that's not the county's job. But when the county is looking at planning and housing development and all those kinds of things, what are the policies and practices that impact that relationship with the schools? And what can the school districts potentially count on, or what are the impacts to those partner agencies and stakeholder agencies that need to be considered in that, in part of those realities? So, yeah.
Do you know how much the high school student enrollment jumped over this
summer from last year to this year?
We are, I think last year at the end of the school year, it was 2,900 and, we'll say 2,900. We're at 3,009 students. I think a lot of the problem with the schools, I hear overcrowding, I hear there's not, this, that, and everything. The major problem that I see is that we don't hire enough teachers. We have empty classrooms. We have a turnover of teachers every year. It's not that the the classes are full. It's because, and I can talk for one thing because I did do this. We have 3,000 kids, and they all have to have PE. We have 6 PE teachers. So divide that. That's 500 kids per PE teacher, and each one of them teaches 3 classes. That's 100 kids per class. They're not going to hire. Wow. They're not going to hire any more kids or any more teachers. Or
So this is an example. I don't want to cut you off, except to say that there are there are concrete impacts to school overcrowding, like there are to jail overcrowding, and like there are to community overcrowding and density and stuff like that. When you'll remember that when we started this exercise, I was saying, please let's stay focused on the county. Because we could start looking at all the issues in society that are potentially problematic. I think what's most important about this part of the conversation is to acknowledge the impacts to the schools by what happens at this, like we're identifying things at the county level that can be empathized with on the part of the schools. If they can't recruit and retain educators, just like you can't recruit and retain skilled staff, that's an issue. It's not just your issue, it's the region's issue. That's a good one. The overcrowding of the schools and the putting, a lot of pressure on the infrastructure. Same kind of thing happening with some of the other services at the county. For this process, please, I really respect that you have all this and that you care, and I think we need to document the relationship with schools. You're here. I mentioned to a couple of tables, we talked with Ray about wanting to make sure that the schools are a part of the conversation in the county's planning process. But I'm going to redirect our focus back to the county. Actually,
the high school is city and county.
Okay, cool.
Campus on the county side, campus on the city. So
right.
It's
yeah.
So yeah.
Yes, and so those collaborative relationships and the infrastructure needs, and what does the county? Here's an example. Like, what kind of considerations can the county undertake when they're looking at? I'm looking at John over here. Planning and development and permitting and all those kinds of things when you're looking at development. Well, you need to build in the infrastructure for the schools, just like you need to build in the infrastructure for roads and some of those other things. So if you skipped over that, that would be a lost opportunity for creating the desirable future for the county, for sure. Thank you for adding that in. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, I think it goes back to, like we said earlier, just collaborating with the different agencies, because it is a county problem. You said it's not the county's job, but it will become their problem. If we don't invest in our kids now, make sure they have good resources, make sure they have proper education, then they're going to be impacting the jails and your social services and stuff. So you've got to look at the big picture.
I'm not saying, let's be clear, I'm a school teacher. I taught in LA schools for a while, public schools, okay? I'm not saying that what happens in education isn't our concern. I'm saying that for this planning process, we need to be aware at the right level of the partnership needed with the educational systems, the local systems, in order for the county to implement good policies, practices, and strive for good goals that incorporate those needs. Otherwise, we do create a bigger problem, right? It becomes the county's problem if we're not in conversation and don't take action collectively together. And it sounds like there are a lot of cooperative relationships across the jurisdictions. So those get strengthened through these kinds of processes. I am not minimizing the importance to schools. That's my background. I wanted to be a teacher from the time I could remember, and I ended up being a teacher, and then I got into staff development because I saw the bias in the system that was making it so that different things weren't able to happen. So that was part of my trajectory. So while I absolutely understand, I'm going to put education as super important to partner with. Unless the comment is on something else, I'm going to move on. Something else? Go.
Yes. I think the problem will outcome keep doing what we are is that people are going to be underserved across the board. Okay. They believe they're underserved now.
Right.
Because the amount of income that we take in per capita isn't enough to at our current structure to serve them well and efficiently.
Right.
It's limited by our resources. If we keep going the way we are now, we're going to fall further and further behind.
Yep.
So
The
you'll
gaps
have to
become
wait
bigger.
longer and longer for a license. You'll have to wait longer and longer for a permit.
Right.
It'll cost you more and more for everything you want to do.
Right.
That's right.
So that idea also of, remember, I was talking about the streams, like the more than enough or enough, and then the just enough and not enough, the disparities and the gaps in what people need in order to be effectively served increase for all of those people. And that's part of the thing that working in counties is really interesting, the hydraulics again. You put some money into these services go up or down or suffer, and then you do the other, and then the other group complains, or there's different impacts. There's always a problem to figure out what the right calibration is. And what I've seen some public jurisdictions do is do none of it well, and then everyone's unhappy. And then you're dealing with, you can't generate the revenue to do the things that you need the funding for, and then it can get kind of nuts, right? So by doing planning processes, you want to try to get out on the table the interconnected nature of things so that you can anticipate some of those impacts. Because there's going to be impacts. You can't do it all. There's never going to be enough money, ever. Never going to be enough staff, ever. It's how close can you get to the right calibration of those things so that you can do the best you can. And how do we get the best that we can out of the staff that we have so that the services can be the best that they can for the constituents you're trying to serve. But if you're just always saying there's not enough and use a scarcity mentality, staff doesn't want to work under that kind of pressure. The community continues to complain because they think if the loudest person in the room gets, the ear of the supervisor and they get heard, that's a bad way to do business. Yes, you need to listen to your constituents. And what information you get from looking at what the priorities are and being able to engage in your constituents to plan for what it is they need and fit that into the strategic direction of the county instead of sitting up here at the dais and pegging each other against one another. When you do planning and you can get buy-in on the part of the electeds in the various jurisdictions, it's really helpful when you have to make the tough decisions. There were 2 supervisors in one county I worked in with who decided, one was known to be a long-time politically conservative, been in the community generations. Another had been sort of new to the community, like 15, 20 years she'd been in the community, known to be on the liberal end of the spectrum politically, the whole thing. They decided to partner because they found themselves both complaining about the same things, and it had to do with planning and development and permitting and all that kind of stuff. So they hosted some process improvement conversations with not only the staff and the different departments that were a part of that, but also some of the builders and developers and some of the other partners in the area to look at where was the system getting bogged down. Why was it so problematic when you find that it doesn't matter what part of the political spectrum people were concerned about. They were recognizing they had the same concerns and the same problems were coming up. So rather than beat the staff up, they said to the staff, what do we need to understand? What do we need to, that was the curiosity thing. What do we need to do to get these issues out on the table so that we can figure out, when you come to us for a budget expansion request, how do we know it's actually going to do something? We want to hold you accountable to making these changes, so what's good going to look like? And there were lots of conversations, and the staff were able to say, when someone comes in and just yells at me because the supervisor said, go yell at me, that's not helpful. Or if the supervisor said, look, go talk to, the department head when really it needed to be handled by that particular staff member and planner, if the department head undermines the credibility of the staff member, that doesn't help either. So by coming up with some good processes and really transparent, clear communication about what the goals are and what the problems are you're trying to solve, it's going to be way better. Make everybody happier. I'm not like I put that in the PowerPoint earlier, like everybody's lives are better. The staff's lives are better, the people who have resources are better, the people who don't have resources are better. Everyone has a better sense on certain issues about what's possible. I'm not being Pollyannish, it's hard work. But when those two supervisors stepped up and took the leadership to say, you know, we don't usually vote the same on anything, but we're here because we recognize we both have some responsibility to our constituency and to the county. So it's beyond politics. It's above politics. It was about what was the right thing to do. So it's a bit of a soapbox, but it's a good point to get you thinking beyond just the political and beyond just the elected, but the interrelationships of things. So here's what I'd like to ask you to do now. For the county, this third point, given the desirable future, given the probable future, if nothing were to change, what would be a handful of things? I'm not looking for 17 things. 2, 3, 5 things max that if the county paid attention to and did, you think could bridge better and more effectively and create more likelihood that you could pursue the desirable future that you wanted to see for the county. So let me say that in one sentence. Come up with 3 to 5 things, maybe 6 or 7, that you think if the county were to either start, stop, or continue doing, it would help pursue the desirable future. Questions? Okay, be thoughtful about this. This is not as much of a brainstorm. This is be pragmatic. I'm going to check with you in about 10 minutes. And right after that, we'll take a break.
I thought we were perfect.
Can you go? I was like, no, I just like what are you doing? Yeah, I didn't text us.
We don't know what we're doing. You don't know what we're doing. That's part of the problem.
And I think what is not happening in all there is there is communication.
Yeah. The guy who, by the way, there's thousands of these. It's not just me. I'm the guy who's
We're not going to stop. We're not going to stop. It's never going to happen.
One of my houses goes down, our city's got regulations and everything, and I don't say that very much.
You can't find a developer.
I am. No, the police department.
Yeah.
Once they take an order,
Yeah, we'll get that all the
So there'll be
I know.
whatever it is.
I always hear hockey fight, the high school, city, county.
Fairview Road is
I think I'm on it.
I would like to. How are you? What can I do? Okay. A little lake now. The road ends in.
Let's take 30 seconds and then we're going to regroup. So finish up the thought you're on.
Alright, if you can find a place to pause, please. And here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to do popcorn to keep you on your toes, which means I point to your table, call one out. I'm going to point to another table, call one out. I want you to be able to hear some of those things. And then we'll take a break after that, and we'll come back and do another layer of your stand by looking at a SWOT analysis. Okay? So the first table is over here with Wilson. Just call one out.
We put higher development standards.
Okay, higher development standards would be something that if the county either started, stopped, or continued, in this case it's like refining, right? That would help contribute to a more desirable future for the county. Okay? All right, how about the table in the back right over here?
Foster relationships with private enterprise to work in collaborative efforts on projects that affect the community.
Could you give an example of a project? Like, is it a development project or a...
No, more like, for me, I was thinking more like, roads and initiatives. Another one I was thinking like, for example, you're talking about the aquatic center.
Yeah, so like the aquatic center has SBA nonprofit running it. They built it, but now it's a private organization that's running it.
Yeah. Okay, cool. How about Ray's table right here? One example.
Oh, sorry. Safe and healthy communities, as far as like parks and whatnot, and then to really just stay focused on what the community's needs and interests are.
Okay, so using the data about what the community needs and the interests of them to decide how to move forward is desirable, not just the community that you know all the time. On the other hand, that creates an interesting puzzle for the elected, right? Because you've got those people that have gotten you elected, supported you to be in that role, and have your ear. And so then you're like, okay, does the loudest voice get heard, or does the data speak for what you're trying to pursue? And those pressures on those of you who are elected are pretty real. And so that creative tension that can come from that, like what data do you have? And by asking and continuing to be curious as an elected about who's facing that on. I remember there was a mayor in the city who was getting complaints that the downtown corridor was full of kids being really wild and it was kind of loud and crazy. And what was interesting is this downtown corridor wasn't an area where a lot of people lived. It wasn't a mixed-use area. But some of the people who were complaining lived in these very quiet neighborhoods. So she said to me, would you go with me on a Friday night, go out, let's go to dinner, a movie, and then a bar. And let's go see what it's like. And she'd lived in various parts. She'd been a state superintendent of instruction and done these different things. She'd lived in different parts of the country, including the West, Washington, D.C., and then ultimately in California. So we went out, and she put on jeans and a leather jacket. It was really funny because usually she was very, formal and put a suit on kind of look. So we go out to a movie, we go out to a bar, and she says, what do people expect these young people to do? They're in downtown. As long as they're not creating safety hazards, this is where they should be. This adds life to our community.
And so the next time she got a complaint from some of these people, she said that to them. She said, I can appreciate that maybe you don't want to be downtown after 11 o'clock, but how many times are you downtown after 11 o'clock? Usually you're home by 9, right? And so she was able, because of her, right, sound familiar? So she was able to use that experience and say, okay, I listened to you. I heard firsthand what some of your concerns were. And I'd like you to think about, well, what would the alternative be? Where do you want these young people to go? What do you want them to do? Now, what sometimes also happens in municipalities and counties is that the bad apples, the violators of safety policies, like bars that are serving people underage or those kinds of things, end up taking down the possibilities for the rest of the people who are trying to do the right thing. And so you don't want the one or two or handful of the lowest common denominator to be driving what your standards are. You want to hold them accountable to the standards that are here so that you can pursue to the desirable future. That's just an example of, how do you engage young people to be involved in their community and stay connected, and what are the complaints you might receive and how you might explore them. That table right there was one example.
Better city-county collaboration and coordination.
Was there a particular example or issue that came up? Mister, I've written like 5 million articles for the news table.
Traffic impact.
Traffic.
Because the county's general plan calls for them to do their heavy developing right around the city. And the city's general plan, of course, we're developing in the city. And the example everybody knows is we're on one side of the one of the roads, and they're on the other side of one of the roads. The road's in the middle, and we I don't know how well we coordinated it at the time, but the impact has been enormous. So we're essentially in the area of Hollister, not in the whole county.
Right.
The county's a big county, a lot of other places. But in this area, we're essentially one unit. Whether you're on the county, you can't even see, there's no line on the road. No one ever paid it. And said, oh, you're in the county now.
Right? It's so arbitrary. There's this really great cartoon, I'll try to pull it up over the break, where these people are building a railroad track, and they get to the point where they come together, and one of the tracks matches and the other two don't. That's what that's like. It's like they planned it, but they didn't plan it quite well enough, right? So there's
absolutely
lots
essential.
of examples like that.
It's absolutely essential that we coordinate really, really closely on development things that have to do with it, because the impacts do not add up; they multiply.
Yeah, it's exponential. Thank you. How about this table right here? One example.
One example of what we should be doing is viable economic development, specifically the big word or big phrase is like we're doing with the commercial nodes on Highway 101. Developing commercial areas to bring in and attract more revenue, and then some of the things we probably should not be doing is the processes that are inefficient, and to look for efficiency to streamline our process.
I received a newsletter from, it's called the Stanford Social Innovation Review, and, Stanford's up the road, has done some things to support nonprofit, not just their hoity-toity fancy business stuff, but actually looking at nonprofits and community-based things. And there was an article that came in today. I just emailed it to Edgar, Dulce, and Ray about innovation in government, and it has some different things in there to be looking at. And so, that whole idea of process improvement and using some of those practices, but from a nonprofit government, public sector perspective, fine-tuning those that way. So hopefully there's a little idea that gets sparked in that, and it should be in the inbox. Okay. We did raise the table. How about the table over there with Stuart and
Great. Pretty much been said already.
Okay, great. Thank you. And the table back over here.
We were focusing on communication both internally with partners and also
So communication, collaboration, recruitment, retention. There's some really consistent themes here that are regional as well as county focused. And then the infrastructure kinds of realities. Cool. Did we get one? You got one from me. Did we get one from every table? All right on. What I'd like to ask you to do is take a 10-minute break. So we're going to come back at 5 till. Hannah's going to set the clock for us. We can always look and see how much more time we have. When we come back, we're going to do a swab about some of those things that you put in that center column. So I'm going to let you keep your worksheets there. And then we're going to gather more data from you and continue the workshop. The intent.
Not yet. I got his number. I don't have it. You'll say. Okay. I got a picture. Thank you.
Okay, so Ray, Anthony, Mark, I think put the meeting on the
Okay, let's take your seats, please. Please take your seats. It's 9 o'clock.
The bottom one is good, but since you
Jim. Jaime Dela Cruz and Jim Gilio, and 9 o'clock. Let's start this meeting, please. Good, Anthony. How about you? Jaime Dela Cruz.
I already broke it.
That's election. Come on, Jaime. 9 o'clock. Let's go.
Did you make it?
You can campaign later on. Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for attending this retreat here. Just wanted to start off by stating that Mayor Flores from San Juan Bautista has reminded me that today is a February 14th. Wanted to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. So, happy Valentine's Day.
Show your love.
So, today we're having our board retreat. We'll start this off with the Pledge of Allegiance held by myself.
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The acknowledgement of certificate of posting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Now we'll move on to the regular agenda. I'll pass it on to our CAO, Ray Espinosa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to first thank the board, thank staff, as well as our local council members and Planning Commission for making some time the next few days for our board retreat. wanted to kind of outline it real quick. I know it's probably going to be reiterated from our facilitator, but we do have a couple of days here. This will be a strategic plan day for the county, and this will be facilitated by Angela and Tony and Antonori. My apologies, and Hannah Ashcraft. So we will we'll be working with them today. Tomorrow we'll be going through a discussion with Robert's Rules, Brown Act, Roseman's Rules of Order, Board Rules and Procedures, Board's Roles and Responsibilities, Policy, Operations, and really kind of delving into different items regarding procedures and roles and rules tomorrow morning. So that's going to be a joint meeting with the City Council members as well as the Planning Commission. So they'll be a part of that in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we will be having a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors to discuss land use, really Land Use 101, the general plan, and growth within our county and how to handle basically our land use and policies regarding to that. So we have our RMA office that will be presenting that tomorrow. Lunch will be served both days. Wanted to make sure that the board and everyone was aware of that. We're kind of out and about, so in light of timing and being efficient with that, we're going to have lunch here, and we can just grab it. And it's up to the board, and the board chair if we want to do a working lunch or just a quick lunch, and then go back to our tables and do some work. So, with regards to the agenda, some of you may have it or may not have it. My name is Ray Espinoza, CAO. We have some staff here that have been instrumental as part of the process here. We have Dulce, Alonzo, Janet, Slipsager. We have Edgar. She's somewhere around here. Raise your hand, Edgar, in the back. We also have Stuart in the back. That's a good spot back there. Anyways, these individuals have been instrumental in providing, facilitating and getting this together, so I want to thank them for all their hard work as well. Well, why are we here? What's the purpose? Strategic plan, as well as a board retreat. Now, some of you, this may be the first time being here with a board retreat. I wanted to highlight that we've been doing this since I've been here, about 7 years now. And we've been working with having a board retreat, and throughout the state, there's a mixed bag. There are some counties that do it, and there's other counties that don't. I think it's been advantageous for us to sit down in a business casual kind of environment and discuss matters. What we've been doing over the last years has been more reactive. We've been addressing situations or issues such as healthcare cost, pension obligations, safety for our safety environment. We've been addressing other things and focusing our attention at the board retreat during that year. So we've really been trying to address those issues, and I think we've done a fairly good job, but we've been looking at that more as a kind of a reactive way of addressing things. This year that we have a new board, as well as we have we have a new board. I guess that's really the best way to put it, as well as staff. And there's a lot of things that we've done over the last few years. We've tackled quite a few things. We have Measure G. We have a TOT tax, and there's been a lot of other things that we've worked on. But now it's kind of, we're at that point where we need to kind of stop and think, what do we need to do? How do we need to move forward, being a little bit more proactive than reactive? And that's ultimately kind of what staff's vision is today, is to try to really kind of be more strategic about moving forward with the county. So with that, what I wanted to do is go ahead and invite up Angela, if you don't mind. She comes with a wealth of experience. She actually works closely with CSAC Institute with leadership training, customer service training, strategic plan implementation. She's worked with one of our neighboring counties, Santa Cruz County, Also Santa Barbara, other Central Coast counties. So she'll probably elaborate a little bit more about herself, but we're glad to have her here today, and we look forward to today's event. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I hand it off to Angela. Angela?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, were we going to do public comment, or is that not needed today?
Yeah, after the agenda item.
After the agenda item? Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everybody. It's very nice to be here. As Ray explained, my name is Angela Antonori. I'm hoping everyone can hear me okay. I'll be moving different parts of the room. My right hand is Hannah Ashcraft, who's sitting over here, who's going to help me with process and documentation and those kinds of things. I also wanted to thank Dulce, who's had a gazillion phone calls with me, and just want to acknowledge all the work that she did to make this happen, as well as Stuart and Edgar and Ray for helping us get to where we are. My approach to looking at strategic planning is to try to give you a sense of what are some typical components that counties in California are actually using and how that can be used to help San Benito in particular do its work. I've been working with CSAC for about 12 years now, so 11 or 12, and I travel all over the state and work with counties of different sizes and shapes and dealing with different issues. No matter what county you're in, a lot of people don't realize the complexities and the really wonderful things that the public counts on that they may not even see happening. That backstage stuff that keeps everything going is really important, and so I just want to acknowledge the department heads and the other staff that are here, and thank you for your work. We live in Santa Barbara, work a lot in Ventura, and with the fires and floods and people dying and these storms and everything else, people at the counties, a lot of people don't realize it's a 24/7 gig that people are doing. And working with professionals in the Office of Emergency Management and those kinds of things to be both reactive but also proactive, as Ray mentioned, is just like one of those key functions. And I don't care what department or what part of the county you live in, those kinds of things are really important. So again, want to acknowledge and thank your work. Thank you for your work. In looking at the agenda today, what we wanted to do was walk you through some common components and how strategic plans might work, with the idea that we would actually launch part of the process of your strategic planning by doing an external scan and maybe even considering some of the desirable things that you'd like for the future of San Benito, and think about some potential goals that you would like to see in a strategic plan. I brought with me some things hot off the press from Santa Cruz. I'm actually going to be in Madera in about a month, working with Madera County, doing similar workshops to this. We had the full board and members of the public, and then also focused on staff leadership. So that's been a really fun engagement, and to be working with them over the years is really interesting to see how they've engaged staff to move things forward. My philosophy is that the more we can engage people in the process, the better the process is, and it speaks to folks. So after I get done with this introductory thing, we're going to reseat you. We're going to mix you all up. We're going to have you be able to talk to one another, because it's very not common that we get these opportunities to actually be in conversation with one another, regardless of how you touch the county of San Benito. So here are our goals. I want to go ahead and review the process and things around common strategic plan components. Want to generate some enthusiasm. If you're a department head in a county this size, you've got more than enough on your plate, right? So how can you be thinking about, and what could a strategic plan help you with? And what I described to the team that did the planning, and Ray in particular, was that oftentimes in the public sector, we get into a mode where we have to deal with what's right in front of us. And sometimes we're even looking in the rearview mirror to have us know what it is, that how we do our work. Well, last year we did it this way, or 2 years ago we had that budget issue, and now we have this. So it's very kind of current and right here. What a strategic plan can help you do is look through the windshield. Where are you actually going? What's the direction? What's the map that you want to take? You have some new members of the board. You have some new staff and leadership in the CAO's office. There's other changes that are happening all over the state in terms of some of our more veteran county and public sector employees are reaching retirement age, so the silver tsunami is happening. And the idea that we can create some guideposts for and a map for some of the staff that are up and coming, and also to attract staff to work at San Benito that actually could add and contribute to the success of the county. So want to prepare you for the upcoming strategic plan process. Hannah and I will be working to create the documentation that will be available to you all after the session. And I'm working with the CAO's staff to see what the follow-on might be for this particular process. So your input today will guide what the next steps are. To think strategically in your programs versus transactionally. And I was talking to Chair Nadina about customer service and how the more we have our internal house in order, the better off we are and the better capable we are of providing public sector service. And so this is an opportunity for us to look inside with the benefit of some public contribution to the conversation. So really want to thank everybody for being here. We'll do a scan of the business environment, and then, like I said, we'll look for how we want to use this information. So with that, you're going to think I'm a little out there, but it's going to be really good, I promise. I'm going to ask everybody to stand up and leave all your things. And I'm going to ask you to line up, and I'm going to ask the public to kind of hang back over here. I'm going to ask the staff and the board to do this part of the exercise. So if the public's here, I'm going to make you more comfortable. We're going to create more room for the public in just a second. So what I'd like to ask you to do is, Hannah, I'm going to ask you to go stand by that screen. We're going to ask you to make a human timeline around the room. So if you're county staff or board, a human timeline around the room by years of service to the county of San Benito. Okay? Years of service. Now, I'm not asking you how old you are. I'm asking you for years of service. If you were here and left and came back, just add them up. It doesn't matter. Okay? So I'm going to ask you to do that in about 1 minute. And it's going to take about 1 minute. And so we have the more veteran folks are going to line up by Hannah. The staff's going to come around and make a U. And then by that door, kind of where Ray is, you'll be the newest to the county. Okay? So the newer folks over there line up in a row. The people over there, you got 1 minute, go.
Where's the older folks?
Yeah, Tom. I was here before you. You're ahead of me, I have how many? You're more than 11, right?
So I invited the folks from the cities to fill in. And so what you need to do is talk to those other people that are in the line, right? And what a great opportunity, like if you're a member of the public, a great opportunity to see the cross-jurisdictional communication and collaboration today. It's going to be really fun.
That's the end over there.
All right. So the more junior folks are over here, we're going to welcome them in just a second. So if you're new-ish, and then the more veteran folks over here, let's give each other a little breathing room. Slide through. We're going to do this anyway. We can do it now. Fine. No problem. All right. So I'm going to model for you what I'd like you to be able to do, because to know each other, especially for the newer folks, I think is a really valuable step. Up on the screen, you'll see I'd like to ask you to introduce yourself with your name, department role. Go ahead and say if you're with the city, which city, and the county. And then a question or comment you have about strategic planning, I'm going to model the way. So you can say, this is going to be like 15 to 20 seconds a person. Okay, not even that long. You can do it in 5
5 seconds, you get a Yahoo. My name is Angela Antonori. My department and role is I'm a consultant with California counties. This is my colleague, Hannah Ashcroft. I'm introducing her. Question or comment I have about strategic planning is it can be time. Let's start with the most veteran person.
Tom Slavich, the San Benito County Assessor. Been there 38 years.
That was my time, my friend.
38 years. Wow. I guess planning it would be just from our office, just figuring out where we're going to go in the future.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
My name is Charlie Bill. I've been with the city over 26 years.
Which city?
With the city officer, with the fire department, work way up through the ranks. And currently the fire marshal for the county in San Juan and the city of Ulster. Well, planning, just looking at where our 5-year plan takes us and our 10-year plan takes us, we kind of got to have to grow with times in the population, so we're excited to be a part of this.
Jennifer Singer, clerk of the board. I've been with county for 26 years. And the strategic plan, I think it'll be great for the county. This is something else for us.
Kim Murphy, Deputy County Council, 24.5 years. I'm looking forward to seeing what people come up with as, the future goals and focus.
Anthony Patola, I'm the county supervisor. 14 years going. Planning Commission for another 4. Resource Conservation Project 10. I was at the fire department before Charlie was there for another 6, so I've been around. The strategic plan, what I kind of would like to see, and what I'm encouraged by the 2 cities being here, is enhancing our partnership as far as planning our growth, but also working together with economic development and providing jobs and opportunities for our citizens.
My name is Joe Paul Gonzalez. I'm the county clerk, auditor, and recorder. And I see this strategic planning as very important to finding greater efficiencies on behalf of the public.
I'm Kelly Kennedy. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. I'm the Director of Administration, and I'd like to learn how to get everybody on the same page.
Well, as I've learned in public sector government, don't go for 4 when you got 3. Right? You got your 3 votes, and get the majority, right? Because sometimes there's just people, we'll talk about that. So thank you. There you go.
I'm Melinda Castillo. I'm the San Benito County Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. I have 17 years with the county, mostly in the fiscal operations, and I'm looking forward to, on the strategic plan, looking forward instead of backwards all the time.
Jaime Del Cruz has been a county supervisor for 14-something years. I've been 4 years on the San Diego County Water District, 4 years on the Galvin College Board of Trustees, 4 years on the City Hall for Recreation and Planning Commission, and 3 years as San Diego County Health Foundation Board of Directors, President. All I've learned of all these committees and boards that I've been to is God knows how to count it.
Darrell Wong with Environmental Health. I'm the manager. I've been with the county for 15 years. I've been doing this work for 29 years now. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen in the next 5 years. I've watched this county when I first came here. It was a little farming town to me, coming from the city area. Now it's growing, and it'll be interesting to see what comes our way.
Grace Minoza, CEO, County San Benito. I think it's really important to have vision, teamwork, and we're all on the same page. I think some of the things that we already talked about, but looking at efficiencies with them, tying all those pieces together, I think will help us be more agile, more forward-thinking, and provide better customer service to all of our residents.
I'm going to just make a quick comment here that the county of Santa Cruz has started to cooperate with CSAC and the CSAC Institute. I've actually spoken with Mary Dulce about this, but they offer classes now at the county of Santa Cruz. So I know there's traffic issues, but they don't start till 10 a.m. And so you can be behind the traffic rush hour. And there's going to be some things about project improvement and some other things online that as people in the county, I don't know if city folks
later. But for county staff, that might be, it might be good to look at that list of courses that are available right up the road for you, so you don't have the extra travel expenses and the classes go from 30-ish, something like that. And so I sent Lisa the schedule, but we can get that out to you, and also with the feedback next week, you can go online and look. And and I have an update for the county staff about potential additional collaboration between the county of Santa Cruz and the county of San Benito for staff stuff. Cool, thank you.
Laura Thompson from the Council's Office. I've been here just over 10 years now. I'm looking forward to strategic planning at the department level. I'm Lynn Schmidt-McQuitty. I'm the department head for the University of California Cooperative Extension. All of our faculty and staff are University of California employees, but we have collaborative relationships with the county that we're a department as well. And my question or comment is really about how do we continue to keep our research and public programs relevant to the county of San Benito and meet the demands that are out there in the county people.
And do you have an existing strategic plan? For
My
the extension?
Yes.
Cooperative extension? Yes. Excellent. So one of the steps that we will also take a look at with you, maybe not today, but we'll help the staff support to do, is look at the existing departmental demands. And like a lot of you have grants that come in from the state or the feds even that have performance measures and other goals that you have to fulfill in order to be in good standing to receive those dollars, right? So with cooperative relationships with the cities as well as with CP Cooperative Extension, we can look at how to integrate some of those expectations and realities into the plan for San Diego. Heads up, Lisa.
I'm Cynthia Barca, excuse me, Department of Health and Human Services. I'm currently Deputy Director of Administration and Fiscal Services. I've been doing the role for 18 years, but only 5 in San Benito. So I look forward to providing departmental leadership in support of the overall strategic plan.
Joe Frontella. I've been here 3.5 years, and I'm the Interim Chief Probation Officer for the Probation Department here in San Diego. And I'm looking forward to looking through the windshield and seeing where we're going. I think it's a very exciting time, and looking forward to building collaborations and trying to be as effective as we can in helping the people in the community.
One of the things that's perfect, they're standing next to each other. In Santa Cruz, I was just there the last couple of days. Fernando and Ellen are working with this probation and health and human service related functions. They're collaborating, and some of the goals in the strategic plan, they've created a subcommittee to look at integrating some of the clients and customers that they're working with are the same. And so being able to understand each other's systems and work effectively with that is going to be a great, augmentation to working together.
That already started.
Right. That's it. That's nice. Very nice to each other. You might not end up sitting next to each other, but there you go. Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, my name is Bill Nicholson. I'm in a hybrid category. I work with LAPRO, which is the Local Agency Formation Commission. We have 2 supervisors on our board, our commission, 2 city councilmen, but 1 from each city, and then a public member that those 4 appoint. So counting to 4 goes beyond what the board wants, and it's not what one city wants, and the public members at high bigger at certain times. But I've been here for just almost 3 years now, and I look forward to this. I was happy to be invited as an effort really dealing with growth and service delivery, and growth either in the city or in the county, and there's a lot of overlap and conflicting boundaries and confusing boundaries. So coming up with a plan on how to deal with that is really important.
We're in different counties that we've worked with, the boards and commissions are sometimes invited to get an update about the strategic planning process, and we can potentially provide input through focus groups or, some staff attending some of those meetings. So we can talk about how to, better integrate what's going on with this planning process with activities like LACTA, just like we were talking about with talking.
I'm Mark Medina, Board of Supervisors, 2 years. Everybody seems so optimistic about this retreat. I'm going to be pessimistic, sorry. When you look at a strategic plan is nothing unless we implement it and unless we measure it. All it is a piece of paper sitting on on someone's desk or shelf. So we have to make sure we measure it. And we measure it often, not once a year, but every time we do something, is it following our strategic plan? So that's what I want to get out of it.
We'll talk about that specifically in a little bit. Sarah Dickinson, Deputy County Council. I'm interested in what solutions we come up with in terms of meeting the demands of the public that continue to grow every day, and to share Medina's point, how we integrate those solutions and actually make them a reality, while also respecting the small role county character of San Benito. Organizational culture is really important. What we do in Santa Cruz is going to work in San Benito. What we do in Madera is going to work in Santa Cruz. What we do is it's got to be what you know and what you have on a cellular level. So it's create a culture too, because it's regional culture. It's a county culture.
Stuart Pottery, the county budget officer. Been with the county for 2 years now, almost 2 years now. I'm very interested to see what we can do with the resources that we currently have and some of our forecasted revenues, and what our realistic goals are coming out of this strategic plan.
I'm Scott Lyons. I'm the Administrative Services Manager in the RMA. Coming up on my 1-year anniversary in the county. And having done budget strategic planning myself, I'm looking forward to just seeing how the process goes and what we get out of it at the end.
In your prior strategic planning experience, was it with private sector or public sector?
Public.
Okay, excellent. No, we're going to draw on you. Where were you before you came here?
I've been in a number of places.
Okay.
Majority of at least my strategic planning was at Yolo County.
Oh, perfect.
I used to
That as an
national
example, I have a
system.
quote from YOLO in the PowerPoint.
My name is Lisa Alonso. I work in the CAO's office as a management analyst, and I have been in this role for 10 months. And I look forward to collaboration and having a united message and kind of vision.
I'm Lauren. I'm the assistant clerk of the board. I'll have been here almost a year. And I'm looking forward to just learning ways to make sure that we implement all the ideas that we have. It's kind of touched on a little bit, but making sure we follow through. I mean, we have great ideas, but making sure we actually follow through.
Michael Simon, Deputy County Council. I've been here since June. And I think the strategic plan would be a useful tool to coordinate efforts across all the county departments.
Roland Resendez, City of Hollister, Councilman for District 2. I am just 2 months into my first term, so I'm brand new. As far as the strategic plan goes, I really like what I heard about being more proactive rather than reactive. I think this is a great step in the right direction, so I'm grateful and excited to be here.
My name is Cesar Flores, Mayor of San Juan Bautista. I've been in San Benito County since 1971. I'm one of the original members of Teatro Campesino. My wife retired from the county for 34 years, so I'm familiar with the county.
It's rubbed off on you after all these years.
So I'm here to see what I can contribute, and I'm going for togetherness. Let's do this together as a team. It's got to be a team to make our community work, otherwise it's not going to work. We got a lot of haters out there that don't want to get involved, but they can sure throw a lot of stuff out. So that's where I'm at.
Honor Spencer, City Council of Hollister, 2 months in. Juvenile Justice Commissioner for the past 12 years in San Benito County, 2 years on the Sunny Slope Water Board. The strategic plan for me is the same, just to be collaborative with the county and the city, and to be equal.
Interesting. We'll talk about equality versus equity. All right, thank you, Councilor.
Marty Richmond, I'm the councilor from District 4 in Hollister, and I'm also 2 months in. That's when we all got sworn in. And my concerns about the strategic plan is how to keep it from being the flavor of the day.
Talk about keeping them alive and what helps that. Great, thank you.
Edgar Malasco, Deputy CAO. I'm here 1 month,
and I'm really excited, looking forward to the process, working collaboratively with all the cities, and it's different from where I come from. So that's really exciting, and how to create the entire county, make the county itself more efficient and effective and for the public.
Peter Hernandez, Supervisor District 3, newly elected. Been 2 months, been on the Intergovernmental Committee for the last couple of years, school board for the last 4 years before that. Small business owner, just the same. As far as the strategic plan, I really do want to understand how we're going to have a vision and something that we're going to implement, but ultimately for the sake of our constituency, right? We're going to improve communication, and we're going to ensure that there's a focus on solvency and on a healthy growth pattern so that we see a better quality of life for our whole community. That's what my focus.
My name's Jim Gilio. I was told that I am to take care of the chair and drive him around places and make sure he has water. That's what I was told. That's what you're supposed to do. So I've been here 35 days, and I know this isn't the right time, but I wanted to take a moment to thank all of our team members, the community, as well as our city, San Juan and Hollister partners being here. I think that's critical. It shows an interest in what we're doing here today. And I hate to echo what the chair said, but I am going to, implementation is critical for me. I've been part of these processes as well. I was with the municipal government for a long time. I ran one of these processes, and I saw that plan get put on a shelf and not used. So if we're going to do that, then I suggest we don't. But if we're all here, we have a lot of energy, I can see the positivity in the room. Let's get this thing done, and let's use it, and let's implement it, and let's refer to it on a daily or weekly basis, and that's critical to me.
All right. For people who, let's park the waters here for a minute. Would you like to just tell us who's here, like your name, and maybe are you here from one of the cities or the counties? So yeah. Hi. You can just tell us your name and
My name is Nora Conti, and I'm the county librarian. I've been with San Benito in my good fortune to be working with the English County for the past 12 and a half years. I directed enrollment center, the same things are happening. My role as a department head is to implement services that are relevant, that are efficient, and that are what the community is asking for. Strategic planning, absolutely a must. We need to provide those elements for the community. So I invite you all to come down to the library, tell us your needs, and take advantage of our services. Thank you.
Thank you. And then come on over here.
Good morning. My name is Diane Idem. I work with the Monterey Association of Bay Area Governments, and I'm here at the invitation of your CAO. We're doing some organizational analysis with the RMA.
And can you say what the RMA is? Because some people in the room may not know.
Resource Management Agency, Public Works, Planning, and Waste.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jason Mello. I'm a Romas resident, originally from Salinas, California. Been living in San Benito County for about 10 years now. I'm actually an applicant for the ACA position here in the county.
What's the ACA?
Assistant County Administrative Officer.
Thank you for being here.
Morning, I'm Scott Fuller. I'm with a private business in the county of San Juan. I'll talk about 25 questions.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Victor Gomez, former mayor, council member for the city of Hollister, term consultant. So I'm generally the fly on the wall and just kind of listening in and learning from all of you.
Thank you.
Mary Schneider. I'm a member of the Friends of the Library, and I've been a member for about 16 years, more or less. Well, 35 or so, 40-ish, 45. When I was being a mom and paying dues, but I didn't get active till later, and that would be 16 years ago.
Susan Lowe, recently retired special education teacher. I now have some free time to attend meetings and check out what's going on in the community. I'm also one of the Friends of the Library, too.
Thank you for your service.
Noe Maganya, I'm with Benito.
Great. Okay. I'll take back here. And he's the rest of it.
Yes, sir.
I knew I started. Love it. Keep down here.
Watching a video.
Watching the Trump speech.
It's a good movie.
I work for the community media access partnership. I'm a visual information specialist.
And so are you actually, it's a separate entity that provides the public access for what's happening in meetings and things? Are you that, or are you the
Yes, ma'am. That's your operation.
Got it. All right, thank you. All right, did we get everybody? Okay, if you are part of the public, I'm going to ask that you kind of gather over in that table back there. And then here's how I'm going to arrange you this way. We're going to mix up some of the more veteran folks with some of the newer folks and some of the midterm folks. I don't care if you're with the county or the city for this part, okay? So I'm going to ask the two of you, and let's have Dulce come sit right here. So the five of you can be around this table. And then let's go with, I'm going to separate electives a little bit. So Edgar and you can come to the second table. And I'm going to ask the two of you to go to the second table.
I'm waiting for a signature. Yeah.
And then I'm going to ask the
fire plan.
I'm waiting for my,
the two of you can go to this table right there. Actually, let's do one. I'm going to hold you up. So the five of you right there. And then the next table back, we'll put Ray and the person standing next to Ray. There you go. And then let's do the two of you.
But the writing's up
Ray.
the writing.
Oh, okay, let's separate the supervisors. So if you're a supervisor, just move to the next table. There we go.
Okay.
And I have to be arranged afterwards.
So one of us,
I got
And you're not going, you are.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm the contract.
I like you a whole lot more than him right now. No.
Well, we got one. So one supervisor.
Yeah.
One.
I gotta get out.
You want to sit here?
You can go.
No, I'll get out.
You're gonna get out.
No.
Here, you go right here. Go right here. Oh, you stay here. So we get out one supervisor.
Sit down.
Stay here.
We
got one more person. Table back. You're right there.
Does this work?
You guys to go there.
If I assigned you a table, if you could please sit down at that table. And there should only be 5 people at a table. We don't need 6.
All right.
That's us. How are you?
Great.
I'm honored. Hi, Gerald. No, hey, more. No, he doesn't have to wait. I know where that is.
So we'll have 5
Collective picking table. Here we are.
I'm okay.
No. You need to find a table.
She knows you're a wanderer, that's why. You have no loyalty to anyone. Hey, you're taking that donut,
All right, who needs a table?
Timing.
We have one that went out.
All right, who else needs a table?
So thank you for taking the time to introduce yourselves. I'm going to let you just really quickly at your table make sure you know each other's names. We didn't do name tents or any of that kind of stuff. No table should have more than 5 people, and every table should have at least 4. Could I get your attention up here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. So go ahead and take a couple seconds and just introduce yourselves by your name so you know each other. Okay, so with that, I did not burn the paper and use up the trees and the toner and all the county's resources by printing up the PowerPoint presentation. You have your agenda, and there are a few other handouts today. If you want to take notes or something like that, or you're interested in the PowerPoint, we can get it to you. But the county staff, Ray and Dulce and Edgar, have this as a PDF, so if someone really wants it, they can have it. Other than that, I think there'll be things that speak to you from different angles, and so we'll go ahead and go through. One of the things about this quote that I think is really important is in keeping a plan alive and actually utilizing it, like Chair Medina said, you got to know what good looks like. And so often in county government, because we have to do what we do day in and day out, sometimes we get to do what we do day in and day out, but that attitude makes a difference. I really believe that if people have a sense of purpose and they know what good looks like and we acknowledge when things are well done, we're more likely to continue to create that behavior. So the culture of collaboration that you're interested in across the jurisdictions is an example of that. If people actually experience some success, they're going to be more motivated to engage in those kinds of collaborations. I also think that as leaders in the county, if you're in a county or a city department, within your departments, what are you communicating to your staff are the things that you expect of them. How do you appeal to them being the best versions of themselves at work? Planning requires, you can generate a really great document, but unless you got some heart and soul in there, it's not going to do you any good. We got to tap what people are passionate about and what they think about is important, and that's the sense of purpose. So we're going to show you a video. How many people have ever watched a TED Talk before? Okay, TED stands for Technology, Entertainment, and Design. These are free videos that are available to anybody. So in libraries and things across the world, actually, people are uploading videos on a variety of topics. This is one of the most watched video on the TED circuit internationally. There's like 40 million views or something of this thing. So while I'm not real big into like the jargon thing, I do think there's something really important about tapping into, I don't care what role you have, what city or county you work with, you're a person, you're a human, and we all are motivated by something. Everybody's motivated by something, whether it's to hit the snooze button an extra time in the morning because you like where you're at, or if it's to get up and rock and roll really quickly because you like going to do what you do. You have a sense of purpose. You have a why. There's something that motivates you. So with strategic planning, what I like to think about is the how, why, what, and this video will help you think about that. Hannah will be passing out, if she didn't already, a worksheet that is for you, and this is for you to keep. You do not need to turn these in. But what we're going to do is have you think about, as you watch the video, what is it that gets your juices going? What's your why? And to write your thoughts down while you watch that. And then we're going to have you talk amongst your table mates about that experience and just what it is that actually gets you up in the morning. In the video, there are also some things about thinking strategically, and so we'll be able to weave this personal part in with the business part as well. So I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to hope that our technical folks were helping me as easily as I think they are. Pardon?
Oh,
Yep. Yep. You've got it right here.
On the E.
Yeah. All right. Let's do this. Thank you, Dulce, once again. Woohoo!
They're just like everyone else. They have the same access, the same talent, the same agency, the same consultant, the same media. Then why is it that they seem to have...
That's... Yeah, I can't. That's it. I'll put the mic on it if I can. Hang on.
Who suffered in a piece of rights America? And
back here. Here.
How to explain when things don't go as we assume? Or better, how do you explain when others are able to achieve things that seem to defy all of the assumptions? For example, why is Apple so innovative? Year after year after year after year, they're more innovative than all their competition. And yet, they're just a computer company. They're just like everyone else. They have the same access to the same talent, the same agencies, the same consultants, the same media. Then why is it that they seem to have something different? Why is it that Martin Luther King led the civil rights movement? He wasn't the only man who suffered in a pre-civil rights America, and he certainly wasn't the only great orator of the day. Why him? And why is it that the Wright brothers were able to figure out control-powered manned flight when there were certainly other teams who were better qualified, better funded, and they didn't achieve powered manned flight? The Wright brothers beat them to it. There's something else at play here. About 3.5 years ago, I made a discovery. And this discovery profoundly changed my view on how I thought the world worked, and it even profoundly changed the way in which I operate in it. As it turns out, there's a pattern. As it turns out, all the great and inspiring leaders and organizations in the world, whether it's Apple or Martin Luther King or the Wright brothers, they all think, act, and communicate the exact same way, and it's the complete opposite to everyone else. All I did was codify it. And it's probably the world's simplest idea. I call it the golden circle. Why, how, what? This little idea explains why some organizations and some leaders are able to inspire where others aren't. Let me define the terms really quickly. Every single person, every single organization on the planet knows what they do, 100%. Some know how they do it, whether you call it your differentiating value proposition or your proprietary process or your USP. But very, very few people or organizations know why they do what they do. And by why, I don't mean to make a profit. That's a result. It's always a result. By why, I mean what's your purpose? What's your cause? What's your belief? Why does your organization exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? And why should anyone care? Well, as a result, the way we think, the way we act, the way we communicate is from the outside in. It's obvious. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. But the inspired leaders and the inspired organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. Let me give you an example. I use Apple because they're easy to understand and everybody gets it. If Apple were like everyone else, a marketing message from them might sound like this. We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one? Meh. And that's how most of us communicate. That's how most marketing is done, that's how most sales is done, and that's how most of us communicate interpersonally. We say what we do, we say how we're different or how we're better, and we expect some sort of behavior, a purchase, a vote, something like that. Here's our new law firm. We have the best lawyers with the biggest clients. We have, we always perform for our clients, do business with us. Here's our new car. It gets great gas mileage. It has, leather seats. Buy our car. But it's uninspiring. Here's how Apple actually communicates. Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. We just happen to make great computers. Want to buy one? Totally different, right? You're ready to buy a computer from me. All I did was reverse the order of the information. What it proves to us is that people don't buy what you do, people buy why you do it. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. This explains why every single person in this room is perfectly comfortable buying a computer from Apple. But we're also perfectly comfortable buying an MP3 player from Apple, or a phone from Apple, or a DVR from Apple. But as I said before, Apple's just a computer company. There's nothing that distinguishes them structurally from any of their competitors. Their competitors are all equally qualified to make all of these products. In fact, they tried. A few years ago, Gateway came out with flat-screen TVs. They're eminently qualified to make flat-screen TVs. They've been making flat-screen monitors for years. Nobody bought one. And Dell came out with MP3 players and PDAs. And they make great quality products, and they can make perfectly well-designed products. And nobody bought one. In fact, talking about it now, we can't even imagine buying an MP3 player from Dell. Why would you buy an MP3 player from a computer company? But we do it every day. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. The goal is not to do business with everybody who needs what you have. The goal is to do business with people who believe what you believe. Here's the best part. None of what I'm telling you is my opinion. It's all grounded in the tenets of biology, not psychology, biology. If you look at a cross-section of the human brain, looking from the top down, what you see is the human brain is actually broken into 3 major components that correlate perfectly with the golden circle. Our newest brain, our Homo sapien brain, our neocortex, corresponds with the what level. The neocortex is responsible for all of our rational and analytical thought and language. The middle 2 sections make up our limbic brains, and our limbic brains are responsible for all of our feelings, like trust and loyalty. It's also responsible for all human behavior, all decision-making, and it has no capacity for language. In other words, when we communicate from the outside in, yes, people can understand vast amounts of complicated information like features and benefits and facts and figures. It just doesn't drive behavior. When we communicate from the inside out, we're talking directly to the part of the brain that controls behavior, and then we allow people to rationalize it with the tangible things we say and do. This is where gut decisions come from. You know, sometimes you can give somebody all the facts and your figures, and you say, I know what all the facts and details say, but it just doesn't feel right. Why would we use that verb? It doesn't feel right. Because the part of the brain that controls decision-making doesn't control language. And the best we can muster up is, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. Or sometimes you say you're leading with your heart, or you're leading with your soul. Well, I hate to break it to you, those aren't other body parts controlling your behavior. It's all happening here in your limbic brain, the part of the brain that controls decision-making and not language. But if you don't know why you do what you do, and people respond to why you do what you do, then how will you ever get people to vote for you or buy something from you, or more importantly, be loyal and want to be a part of what it is that you do? Again, the goal is not just to sell people who need what you have. The goal is to sell to people who believe what you believe. The goal is not just to hire people who need a job. It's to hire people who believe what you believe. I always say that, you know, if you hire people just because they can do a job, they'll work for your money. But if you hire people who believe what you believe, they work for you with blood and sweat and tears. And nowhere else is there a better example of this than with the Wright brothers. Most people don't know about Samuel Pierpont Langley. And back in the early 20th century, the pursuit of powered man flight was like the .com of the day. Everybody was trying it. And Samuel Pierpont Langley had what we assume to be the recipe for success. I mean, even now, you ask people, why did your product or why did your company fail? And people always give you the same permutation of the same 3 things. Undercapitalized, the wrong people, bad market conditions. It's always the same 3 things. So let's explore that. Samuel Pierpont Langley was given $50,000 by the War Department to figure out this flying machine. Money was no problem. He held a seat at Harvard and worked at the Smithsonian and was extremely well connected. He knew all the big minds of the day. He hired the best minds money could find, and the market conditions were fantastic. The New York Times followed him around everywhere, and everyone was rooting for Langley. Then how come we've never heard of Samuel Pierpont Langley? A few hundred miles away in Dayton, Ohio, Orville and Wilbur Wright. They had none of what we consider to be the recipe for success. They had no money. They paid for their dream with the proceeds from their bicycle shop. Not a single person on the Wright brothers' team had a college education, not even Orville or Wilbur. And the New York Times followed them around nowhere. The difference was Orville and Wilbur were driven by a cause, by a purpose, by a belief. They believed that if they could figure out this flying machine, it'll change the course of the world. Samuel Pierpont Langley was different. He wanted to be rich, and he wanted to be famous. He was in pursuit of the result. He was in pursuit of the riches. And lo and behold, look what happened. The people who believed in the Wright brothers' dream worked with them with blood and sweat and tears. The others just worked for the paycheck. And they tell stories of how every time the Wright brothers went out, they would have to take 5 sets of parts because that's how many times they would crash before they came in for supper. And eventually, on December 17th, 1903, the Wright brothers took flight. And no one was there to even experience it. We found out about it a few days later. And further proof that Langley was motivated by the wrong thing, the day the Wright brothers took flight, he quit. He could have said, "That's an amazing discovery, guys, and I will improve upon your technology." But he didn't. He wasn't first. He didn't get rich. He didn't get famous. So he quit. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And if you talk about what you believe, you will attract those who believe what you believe. Well, why is it important to attract those who believe what you believe? Something called the law of diffusion of innovation. And if you don't know the law, you definitely know the terminology. The first 2.5% of our population are our innovators. The next 13.5% of our population are our early adopters. The next 34% are your early majority, your late majority, and your laggards. The only reason these people buy touch-tone phones is because you can't buy rotary phones anymore. We all sit at various places at various times on the scale, but what the law of diffusion of innovation tells us is that if you want mass market success or mass market acceptance of an idea, you cannot have it until you achieve this tipping point between 15 and 18% market penetration, and then the system tips. And I love asking businesses, what's your conversion on new business? And they love to tell you, oh, it's about 10%, proudly. Well, you can trip over 10% of the customers. We all have about 10% who just get it. That's how we describe them, right? That's like that gut feeling, oh, they just get it. The problem is, how do you find the ones that just get it before you're doing business with them versus the ones who don't get it? So it's this here, this little gap, that you have to close, as Jeffrey Moore calls it, crossing the chasm. Because you see, the early majority will not try something until someone else has tried it first. And these guys, the innovators and the early adopters, they're comfortable making those gut decisions. They're more comfortable making those intuitive decisions that are driven by what they believe about the world, and not just what product is available. These are the people who stood online for 6 hours to buy an iPhone when they first came out, when you could have just walked into the store the next week and bought one off the shelf. These are the people who spent $40,000 on flat-screen TVs when they first came out, even though the technology was substandard. And by the way, they didn't do it because the technology was so great. They did it for themselves. It's because they wanted to be first. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And what you do simply proves what you believe. In fact, people will do the things that prove what they believe. The reason that person bought the iPhone in the first 6 hours, or stood in line for 6 hours, was because of what they believed about the world and how they wanted everybody to see them. They were first. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. So let me give you a famous example, a famous failure and a famous success of the law of diffusion of innovation. First, the famous failure. It's a commercial example. As we said before a second ago, the recipe for success is money and the right people and the right marketing conditions, right? You should have success then. Look at TiVo. From the time TiVo came out about 8 or 9 years ago to this current day, they are the single highest quality product on the market. Hands down, there is no dispute. They were extremely well funded. Market conditions were fantastic. I mean, we use TiVo as a verb. I TiVo stuff on my piece of junk Time Warner DVR all the time. But TiVo's a commercial failure. They've never made money. And when they went IPO, their stock was at about $30 or $40 and then plummeted, and it's never traded above 10. In fact, I don't think it's even traded above 6, except for a couple of little spikes. Because you see, when TiVo launched their product, they told us all what they had. They said, we have a product that pauses live TV, skips commercials, rewinds live TV, and memorizes your viewing habits without you even asking. And the cynical majority said, we don't believe you. We don't need it. We don't like it. You're scaring us. What if they had said, if you're the kind of person who likes to have total control over every aspect of your life, boy, do we have a product for you. It pauses live TV, skips commercials, memorizes your viewing habits, etc., etc. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, and what you do simply serves as the proof of what you believe. Now let me give you a successful example of the law of diffusion of innovation. In the summer of 1963, 250,000 people showed up on the Mall in Washington to hear Dr. King speak. They sent out no invitations, and there was no website to check the date. How do you do that? Well, Dr. King wasn't the only man in America who was a great orator. He wasn't the only man in America who suffered in a pre-civil rights America. In fact, some of his ideas were bad. But he had a gift. He didn't go around telling people what needed to change in America. He went around and told people what he believed. I believe, I believe, I believe, he told people. And people who believed what he believed took his cause and they made it their own, and they told people. And some of those people created structures to get the word out to even more people. And lo and behold, 250,000 people showed up on the right day, on the right time, to hear him speak. How many of them showed up for him? 0. They showed up for themselves. It's what they believed about America that got them to travel on a bus for 8 hours to stand in the sun in Washington in the middle of August. It's what they believed, and it wasn't about black versus white. 25% of the audience was white. Dr. King believed that there are 2 types of laws in this world, those that are made by a higher authority and those that are made by man. And not until all the laws that are made by man are consistent with the laws that are made by the higher authority will we live in a just world. It just so happens that the civil rights movement was the perfect thing to help him bring his cause to life. We followed him not for him, but for ourselves. And by the way, he gave the I have a dream speech, not the I have a plan speech. Listen to politicians now with their comprehensive 12-point plans. They're not inspiring anybody. Because there are leaders and there are those who lead. Leaders hold a position of power or authority, but those who lead inspire us. Whether they're individuals or organizations, we follow those who lead, not because we have to, but because we want to. We follow those who lead, not for them, but for ourselves. And it's those who start with why that have the ability to inspire those around them or find others who inspire them. Thank you very much.
I'd like to give you an opportunity to just think about, why do you do what you do? Why did you run for office? There's a bunch of elected officials in here. That is not a fun experience. I don't care how successful you were. That's intense, right? Why did you come to work for the public sector, whether you're at the cities or the counties? Because that's not easy, especially if you're in enforcement roles. You're in planning or any of the RMA departments and things. And people are coming in saying, I want to do this, and you have to say, you can't do that, but you can do this. And here's why we're doing this, right? Like, what is it that what gets you up in the morning to actually think that you want to make a contribution and make a difference in this region of the state of California at this time? If you're a member of the public, you're motivated to be here too. There's something that drew you to being here and hearing what was actually going on. So we've got plenty of handouts, I think. So if you're a member of the public, we want you to participate. We had a couple people join us, a couple staff folks. If you're staff, I really want to encourage you to find a table to sit at. So I think any of the tables that have not more than, God, that wind is like really something, right? No one's in pain. It's okay. Maybe just the window. Okay, so like you to think about, like, just using that worksheet as a guide. Just share out loud a little bit. Like, what gets you going? What gets your juices going? Why do you do what you do in this arena of the public sector? And we're going to just take some quick comments after you've had a chance to talk. Not everybody's going to say something, but I'm just going to hear from maybe 2 or 3 tables, an example or 2. Okay? So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes, so you have about a minute a person. Okay?
Go ahead, you talk. Go. God, why did I wanted to make a difference. I want to unite all sorts. I want it to be an amazing place for younger residents, where our children, what gets I mean, I don't know, it's not that I woke up one day and said, hey, I want to run for city council. This is something I've been thinking about for 4 years. I just, it's just what I want to do. I want to make it
I kind of have the same thoughts on, why I became a supervisor. I grew up in a family that is pretty rich in public service, whether it's participating with our church, non-profit organizations that service abroad in San Juan, and I grew up with my parents and grandparents and uncles and aunts giving back and providing leadership as far as what they do to make life better for, the whole. It's not that far away from county and town. Myself, unselfishness. I think we all have a responsibility. I tell people, why do you do it? I said the best level of government is local council, supervisor. We get to see the work built. We get to see the roads. When you help somebody, help
That's the hardest game in the world. Position team sport for me and everybody, which I love participating in better world. I realize my city government goes back to my championship I do garage for the first time. That's just so nice. One of the things I looked at was do it. I think that's very good. Here it is. One of the things that I really enjoy is it's a lot of work out there. Getting people together. And that's kind of who I've always been. They don't see it. I don't know. Judge us that everybody around sort of thrive and even better. So then you can just say yours or something when she asks, right? Yeah, that works.
I've seen you on Facebook for a while. You got a lot of I've been here and people have been passionate about it. But it comes to one that they have to get involved and not thank you so much. Right. So being representative, like a
Next person on the program we're all
About 30 seconds. If you haven't had a chance to talk yet, please do so.
I think you can get the high school sometimes. We don't
Okay, if you could please find a place to pause in your conversation. And just to give you a forecast, we're going to give you a break in about 10-15 minutes, okay? We're almost there. And so I'm going to ditch the mic. If I could get your attention, please. If I go like this, you go like this. Hand goes up, mouth goes shut. There you go. Then I don't have to go, hey, could you please pay attention? Okay, there we go. All right, so for some people, this exercise is really fun and easy. For other people, they sit and scratch their heads because they've not really thought about it. And so however you kind of stepped into this, the reason why I like to do something like this to set things off is that usually in planning, it's not the plan and the document and the information that goes into it that's the bad, way that things slip off the shelf. It's that people don't feel it. They don't feel connected to it. They don't believe in it. They don't think there's anything in it for them. So it's a question of emotion when you do planning. And it's a sense of, for everybody in this room, you're a leader. Some of you are in positions of formal authority, which is most of the staff and the elected, even members of the public who are here, who are on commissions or just engaged in community work. You're a leader. You might have informal authority. But everybody has the ability to influence how people think and engage with one another around the work that you do. And so I'd like to get just a couple of examples about what it was like. You don't need to tell us your story unless you want to, but what was that conversation like for you? So let's hear at least 2, if not 3 people. So someone make a comment. What was that conversation like? I'll call on. Oh, what?
Very inspiring.
Very inspiring? Okay.
What conversation?
The conversation you just had about the why worksheet?
Oh, I thought it was... Well,
about the video.
It was a monologue to me, so... But yeah.
Okay, it was a monologue to you?
Yeah. No, what he was saying.
Okay. Yeah. So, but what about your why? That conversation.
My why?
Yeah.
Because I love my community.
Okay.
That's exactly.
Okay. So interesting that what he had to say is a monologue. Interesting to think about. For some people, they feel like, oh my gosh, I want to watch that 5 times. For you, it's like, that guy's annoying.
No, it wasn't annoying.
Well, either way. Go ahead.
Positioning his philosophy and presupposing a lot of things. It honestly, and the people that know me, it created more questions instead of actually gave me a reason to. It's a dialogue, right? And that's why I say it's a monologue.
Okay, so what was an example of a question that it generated for you?
Like, he was talking about, Dr. King and different things, and he was just positioning it as, that ultimately the people were there for their own selfish needs. but that's an assumption. There was a lot of people when he was talking about markets and why you're producing a product for a market. It's all dependent on who's actually buying these things and why they're buying. So there's a whole lot of questions there. It's not as simple
Okay.
as, it affects everybody the same.
And one of the things about those questions that's really interesting is when you're at a county or a city, people have to interact with you. They may not even have a choice, especially if you're in an enforcement role. If you're positioned in a way where you have to say no, or you occasionally get to allocate some resources or dollars for something that people have been lobbying you for, there can be some real satisfaction there. But to not know what gets you up in the morning as part of the public sector is potentially where we have more burnout, disengagement, people doing mediocre work. The way to tap in, whether his messages generate whatever questions or not, I can appreciate that and respect that it affects us differently, and that's actually part of the point. How we think about planning and how we think about our work is going to influence what it is you actually see as the vision for San Benito County moving forward. So to figure out what are those goals that are going to make sense, and to think about if there are going to be changes, if there are going to be issues around growth and collaboration across the jurisdictions, you've got to get a sense of what's in people's hearts and minds about it, not just their minds. It isn't just about that; it's about community.
Let me give them a safe line. My why was because I have lived on the west side of Hollister all my life, and that part of the community has always been neglected by the elected officials. And it motivates me every morning to wake up and fight for the west side of Hollister.
Okay.
We don't have good parks. We live next to a sewer plant. We used to have a chicken farm that had bad smell that I was afraid and ashamed to bring my friends over to my house. Seeing all the neglect and creating that part of the community second class motivated me and motivates me today to champ and fight for them.
Okay, cool. So getting up in the morning so that the community can be better.
Yep.
And with planning, you have the opportunity to make not only your lives better, but other people's lives better. The staff's lives better, your neighbors' lives better. Those are, that's really what counties and cities exist to do, is to have healthy, safe environments that people can thrive and do what they need to do in. Yes, sir. We'll take one more comment, and then I'm going to move to you. Right here.
Okay.
Yes.
I just found it interesting. There's a common theme that ran through everybody at our table, which is just improving the human condition, just making everybody's existence better, and I found that interesting.
Cool. Thank you. So I'm hoping just by virtue of this conversation you can see, I want to hear what's on your mind. Bring it on. Because it's in this kind of context that if we can get real and we can say and speak our truth and we can share what our motivations are, we're going to be better able to navigate what are the pain points and what are the growth points that you want to be considering engaging in. And so differences of opinion, navigating and leveraging those diverse perspectives are a potential benefit to doing planning. It's that we've got to have some ground rules, like rules of engagement, and that we do it respectfully, and we do it from a place where people can get a sense of what our motivations are. So with that, really quickly before we take a break, some of the benefits to having strategic plans are that people have, like I was saying this morning, people have a roadmap about how you can articulate what the vision is. It seems like San Benito's facing some opportunities to grow. Well, what that creates then also are some fears and concerns about it losing that culture that some people brought up about. You want San Benito to still be San Benito. You want it to feel like home. And yet, growth and change are a part of normal processes that happen all over the world all the time, right? That's just a reality. So how do you navigate and bridge between change and the vision of what you're hoping for your communities? Also, strategic plans help staff and stakeholders stay focused on what's important. If we don't give people things to focus on, they will find and fill in the blanks on negatives. If we don't give them information about what some of the mandates are, or even the unfunded mandates are, or the kind of fiscal realities, so people can define pragmatically what the real universe is, I'm going to ask everybody to silence their phones. Go ahead and check and make sure your phone is silent, just in case. If it's not, you can put it on vibrate. So the idea is if staff know what good looks like and they actually have bought in because it connects with their why, then when things come up like there's issues or trouble or fiscal, issues, those kinds of things, they have a better sense of what tools they have in their toolbox to work with. Later on, we're going to have an update from Stuart so that you can get a sense of the financial picture so that we can be realistic and pragmatic about what's going on. So thank you ahead of time, Stuart, for providing us that information. Some of the reasons why we want to plan is so that you can articulate the vision, you can provide direction, and you can prioritize the use of limited resources. You are the stewards of the public's resources. They want to know that what you're doing is actually respectful of that. There's the transparency and the realities that go along with that. If they don't have a sense of what you're prioritizing, then people are going to be grabbing at you in all kinds of ways. They're still going to grab at you. But the idea is if you can articulate what you want and what you're aiming to do, people can respect that. They may not like it, but they can respect it. The more respectful the environment is, the more you're going to be able to get things done. So with that prioritization, it goes along with that measurement piece. There's the observation that some people in the room are really excited about doing a planning process, and other people are saying, well, it's one thing to do a process, but how are we going to really make it work? Like, what's going to really matter in the end? Well, you've got to know what good looks like. The cities and the county have to work together to figure out what the message is to the staff and to the constituents to say this is what a good job is going to look like as we deal with these issues that are on our plate. So sometimes it's having some objectivity. It's a basis for control and for some feedback. So that's, again, part of why we thank Stuart ahead of time for his input on some of the financial realities, so you get a sense of the universe that we're working in. Part of that universe involves change and uncertainty. And so the idea is how can this dialogue and conversation, I really appreciate, we don't want this to be a monologue. I'm not going to talk at you all day, right? This is why we put tables together. This is about a conversation about what's important and how to thinking about planning so that you can try to do those things and it makes sense. What happens if you don't do planning for the future? Let's hear 3 people really quickly. Somebody volunteer. What happens if we don't take time to do planning? Yes, sir.
You have no idea where you're going. You have no idea if you succeeded or failed.
Okay. What else? Yes.
You can have collision of viewpoints and priorities.
A collision of viewpoints and priorities. Thank you, Dulce. Yes. Yes.
I was going to say resource loss.
How so?
Using up a lot of resources to basically go nowhere and then having to come back and realize that you went down the wrong path.
Total inefficiency, right? If people aren't clear about what good looks like, then you end up generating those things that we hear about in public sector all the time that are problematic. So the last thing that I want to do is give you a highlight about why some plans are successful or may not be successful or fail, and then we'll take a break, okay? So when there's resistance to planning, although I don't sense too much of that in the room, you might have it in the back of your mind, but you've given it the benefit of the doubt, and each of you has said something that helps generate some, energy toward doing planning, and I really want to recognize that. That's not always the case, especially with cross jurisdictions and members of the public that are here. So thank you for that. If there is that resistance, which you may face on the part of some of your staff or constituents, a couple things you can do is to provide a guidepost or a map about the process and when you're going to involve those stakeholders. If it's other staff, we need to come up with a plan for when they can contribute to, if you're talking about the vision, mission, and values for the County of San Benito, we need to hear from some of the staff about what they think is important, because they're living, breathing, and they're creating the oxygen that is part of the organizational culture. So another thing is that if we don't involve the right people in the right ways at the right times, it can really create a problem. I'm going to use an example of Santa Cruz County for just a moment, because with the use of technology and with some of the people who are, the under 40 crowd expecting that there be things that are related to technology as a means to access information about county government and function, they did a survey and they got 3,000 community members to respond to a survey online. It was a quick survey. to get input. So they got 1% of their county population to actually respond, unduplicated responses throughout the county. We did it in English and in Spanish. And so we were able to get to run by the public, that public that can access those things, some of the information that we were working toward. The other thing that we did was have focus groups in each of the supervisorial districts. Now, in this case, you might want to consider some sort of involvement with the cities, right? You could have some regional conversations to involve staff in those entities as well as some of the constituents. So involving the right people, there's lots of different possibilities. Hannah and I will be working with the CAO staff to determine just how engineered do you want your process to be, and what are the existing plans, like we talked about with Cooperative Extension and some other entities. What are the existing plans out there that people need to be aware of so that they can do the right work and that they can partner and not clash up against each other with opposing goals or whatnot. So involve representatives in a meaningful way and real participation from them like this. This is a great start, right? It's what we do with what happens today that's really going to make the difference. So failure to translate the plan into concrete results is often where we don't have a touch point to know what are we measuring, how are we going to know if we're making progress, and then again, what good looks like. One of the things that falls into this is looking at things like customer service. If I come up to, receive a health and human service related service, what's the wait time? How am I treated by the staff? Do you have the resources that are skilled to provide those services? If it's in an enforcement role, like a planning permit, what is it? How am I treated by the staff? Lots of conversations across the state in both cities and counties about the time it takes for someone to submit an application for a project and to get the approval for it. Many times the staff sitting behind the counter has no idea what's on that business person's mind, especially if it's a development permit related to a business, right? It's not like they wake up in the morning figuring out how to bum you out and piss you off and make your life difficult. It's that they don't understand. They don't understand that you're paying rent on that facility or that property, or if you own it, you're paying a mortgage payment. They may not understand what the actual costs are for you. And so if we can create some dialogue, then we can have some understanding about how long might they anticipate, how can we do some process improvement approaches so that we can track. In another county, some people in the clerk recorder assessor's office, there were people coming in for marriage and death and birth certificates all in the same place, right? Well, certain days of the week, this is Santa Barbara County, certain days of the week were very popular during certain times of the year to get wedding, licenses. So they started looking at how many people came in, why there was this big long line. People were getting stressed out because they had their, events to go do, and there were all these different things going on. Well, they just asked the staff to tally on a Post-it note. It didn't have to be Six Sigma. It could be just really simple, accessible stuff about saying, okay, Fridays in the months of April, May, June, July, August to September and October, we have way more people coming in for marriage licenses. How can we calibrate where we put staff and how we use those processes to make it easy for people to get what they want? It should be a time of joy and happiness in their lives, right? The other thing that they did after they made some improvements and they had different forms in a kiosk that they moved to computerizing some of that so that the person applying for the permit ended up entering their own data. They could spell their name correctly. They could do what they needed to do, and they would just validate with the staff member that they were accurate. The staff actually had a concern that in a couple cases they thought that someone was being coerced into getting married, and they were concerned about some people's safety. And there was one case in particular where a man and a woman were coming up to get their license, and the staff was really concerned that the woman was either being trafficked or that she was being abused. And so they set together with their law enforcement partners. So here's an example of collaboration and doing planning, all out of the process improvement mindset, that they had a plan. It was like having a safe word, and they could ask for the manager to say, there's something wrong with my computer, or whatever they needed to do to be able to get the manager to signal that we needed to make sure that that license didn't happen, or more importantly, investigate whether it was really okay. And there was this one case where we needed to protect this woman from receiving her license. A lot of people in the public have no idea that that's the kind of thing that someone giving a marriage license might need to look out for. So when you're working in the public sector, there are lots of stories and lots of things that we need to hear from the staff about what their realities are, so that we know where there are problems to fix, but also that we can decide where there are things to celebrate for work well done, because often people don't get thanked for work well done. And if you want to have your internal house in order, like I said earlier in terms of customer service, recognition of work well done helps you raise your standards. You end up acknowledging the stars, not just dealing with where you have the laggards. So with that, I think it's perfect time to take a break. I've got my little iPad thing over here with a presentation clock. I'm going to put it as actually Hannah's going to help me with a 10-minute timer so you can get a sense of what's going on here. The restrooms are out the door over here. There's some goodies on the table over there. And we'll see you back at, about a quarter till. Okay? Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Things on the PowerPoint.
Get money for swatting board trustees in the high school. Someone was called in a fake.
Everything, like whenever something happens, goes like a table on it, they'll send a I know that would be
people have been killed on that.
Really nice. They haven't quite gotten that. It's nice feedback all the time.
A guy got shot. Killed the police because he had to walk out of the house.
Ooh, wow, nice sense of quiet there. Good job, everybody. All right. So when you're talking about planning, in this next segment, as I'm kind of encouraging people to come on back in this next segment before lunch, we're going to do a couple things. One is talk about some common components that exist in various strategic plans. So for those of you who've done planning before and have opinions about this stuff, that's cool. You're going to get to help shape what happens in San Benito. What I tried to do was give an overarching picture so people can get a sense of the kinds of components that are in them. What I found is when you start to do a little bit of a like an inventory of the existing plans and requirements that are out there, you can adapt the language so that it fits what it is you need to do. The bottom line is you want to connect with the sense of purpose that you're working with. So one of the things I find is that sometimes people say, well, we should do a strategic plan, but they haven't thought through why or why now. And I think it's useful to talk about some of the elements that can exist that help support when it's good timing to do a plan. So what you see in front of you are those issues around, and I'll put a few up at the same time. When you need to set direction because you need to create more efficient and effective service. You have several new city council members and several new board members. I mean, you got one board member that's been here 2 years, and then the others are brand new. There is no, in fact, I'm going to wait till they come in the room here, because I'm about to talk to those elected officials, so I want to make sure. I'll just say it to everybody. There is no way that as an elected official, unless you've been in a county or a city before, that you understand all the makings of what makes a county tick. You can't know all 500 employees. You might know them, but you don't know what they do every day. And you may not even know what the requirements are. I just told Ray a story that there's an elected official in a California county that ran on, he was so mad about the amount of money that people were getting in their benefits checks through the Department of Social Services. So he ran, part of his platform was he was going to reduce the amount of money that those folks would get. Well, that's not determined by a county. It's just not. So he didn't intend to be, lying. He was really frustrated, but he didn't get elected because he obviously hadn't done his homework to know what it was that counties actually can and can't do, and what the role and jurisdiction is. I work with a combination of clients, private companies, like Fortune 500 companies, that if I said, in fact, I'll probably give you some examples later, but I work with private big companies that do planning, and private sector planning is very different than public sector planning because you have mandates and unfunded mandates. And when Stuart gives us the financial overview before lunch, we want to be able to give you a sense of what's the environment that you're actually, what's the pool you're swimming in. And staff, again, are going to be really important. So to be able to look at things like customer service and stuff like that, you've got to be able to have some plans. When things are going well, I mean, what a great invitation that there are people here from the cities, right, to collaborate and be in conversation with the county. Seems like there's some really positive stuff related to this relationship that you can leverage. So being able to leverage the newly electeds and that sense of enthusiasm and energy, their heads are going to get filled. They're going to be drinking out of the fire hose, learning what the different things are that you do in the cities and in the county. So help them, because organizing and having things efficiently communicated is going to help the electeds make those resource allocation recommendations, et cetera. Also, if you're in a state of transition, which is what you are as well, so you're actually in a really good time to do planning and to think about planning because you've got that new perspective, that new energy, and some of the information that can help you do it well. Different things, purpose, culture, having the ability to execute, and then having a model that you're going to follow. This is a big fancy graphic that basically, if I can, I don't know if there we go. Purpose, like what's your sense of purpose, which is why I started with the why. The operating model, what is your plan going to look like? Your plan's not going to look like Santa Cruz's or Madera or YOLO's. But there might be aspects of, there might be aspects of those plans that you want to take because you think they fit you. And then the culture, that's why. The culture of San Benito is unique to San Benito. I hear that from every California county, by the way. Well, our county's unique. Well, yeah, it is, but you're a county. And you're a county. So, yes, you're unique, and the ways that you're unique, you want to incorporate that and acknowledge that into your plans. So with the execution, again, we need to make sure that it's not just the people in this room that are aware of what's going on, but that the staff are. So, making plans work, organizational readiness, managing smartly against the outcomes, creating a culture where you can take intelligent risk, and looking at things like what Stuart's going to talk to us about and what Ray was mentioning, and then also developing strategic leadership thinking inside your organization. Developing and implementing the strategy is a really important element of what's going on. And the idea that people have really good plans and then they just sit on the shelf. You need those people that keep being the sand in the oyster. They keep asking the questions. They keep saying, how does this fit with the strategy and the goals that we've established? How are we going to know what we want to measure? Some people have talked about, and I'll talk about data in a couple minutes, people have talked about performance measures. And ICMA, the County Managers Association, and the city managers across the country have all kinds of resources on performance management. The thing that really people struggle with is you can come up with some measures, but a lot of them are garbage. They don't tell you the impact that effort is actually having. So I recommend that you decide your sense of purpose about why you have a particular goal and what good is going to look like that's realistic for San Benito. I'm here because the county brought Hannah and I here. So there's a lot of the things I'm going to talk about are focused on the county, but you can take that same thing back to the boards, commissions, and the cities that are in the room. Okay. This is, everybody knows Peter Drucker, the idea that when you find an opportunity to make a difference, you focus on it and you use discipline to help you stay engaged with that. It's one thing to get through a process and then the document's done and then you don't refer to it again. What some counties do to keep their plans alive is in their board letter process, they will have a spot that actually allows staff, when they're bringing a letter before the board for a decision, to indicate what the connection is, if there is one, to a strategic plan item or goal or a performance measure. Because if they can justify that what they're asking you for or what they're reporting out to you on has a connection to the plan, you're going to be paying attention to that. And that way the staff actually knows as well what they're being expected to do. So we have to work with staff in addition to those people in the room to come up with things that they can really track. There was one CAO, and I'll remind Ray of this later, who wanted to have a performance measure for every budget item, drove the staff nuts because there were hundreds of them. And all they did was create garbage measures. So you got garbage in, garbage out. And they would count things. They would do widget counts. Like, we've got 100 unduplicated clients in this particular program. So next year we'll have 105 because the population's growing. Why bother? You can just tell me that you have 105. I don't need it to be a performance measure. And everybody was spending a bunch of bureaucratic administrative time on measures like that as opposed to looking, what's the impact we're having? Are we moving the needle on those issues that we think are important for us to move the needle on? Recidivism is a good one, right? Are people being rearrested? What are some of the things that are going to stretch your thinking? I remember when I was the AIDS coordinator for Santa Barbara County before we even called it HIV/AIDS, and we worked with the sheriff and right when it was HIV, we actually worked with the state to do an early intervention program and collaborated across cities and counties, and we hosted the first statewide conference on early intervention for HIV/AIDS. One of the things that had come out of that process was looking at some people, there was a real spike in how many people were becoming infected by sharing dirty needles, not unsafe sex. And so the idea was, what could a county do to actually implement and measure some practices and policies to keep people safe? So the public health officer and the sheriff spoke to the Board of Supervisors and declared a state of emergency for needle exchange. We collaborated with the hospitals and the other folks, and when the sheriff said, I don't want my deputies who are out in the field trying to help people getting stuck by a dirty needle when they, may be making an arrest or whatever. We don't want the tourists that come into our community to have their kids on the beach and get stuck by a dirty needle in the sand. We want to have a clean place for people to get rid of those needles. We were agnostic on should they be using needles or not. We were about trying to keep people safe. Ultimately, we did care if they were using needles or not. But our priority was keeping people safe. And so collaborating with law enforcement and health was a really great opportunity and really creative. And we were able to look at how many safe depositories could we generate and what were the numbers of the needles that were coming in. So we did count numbers and we did collaborate with somebody's thing. Okay, there we go. We did collaborate with different entities to help us do that. So those are just examples of some of the sense of purpose. So these are things, you can do internet searches and find this kind of stuff, but I really like to have a sense of real down-home language. When you're looking at a connection to the people, when you have clarity, when things are aligned, you're going to be more able to be successful in your planning process. You've got to have communication. I know in Madera, they're looking at that cross-jurisdictional communication as well. There's lots of potential growth that's happening there. They're facing some similar issues in Madera, not the same, but there's some commonality between size and some other things. So yes, they're unique and you're unique, and there are some issues that you share. And one of the things that we were looking at was how we were going to be communicating and what were the conversations and the agendas when we were able to get people across jurisdictions together like today. What were some of the issues that needed to be heard and understood cross-departmentally as well? Yes, sir.
Can we get a copy of the PowerPoint?
Yes, you have it. I mentioned it earlier. Yeah, you don't have it, but the county has it. Absolutely. There's a PDF document. I've rearranged some of the slides last night at like 10:30, but all the same slides are there for you. Okay. So yeah, anything we use is public document, right? Okay. So in a typical plan, these are the elements that you see. I suggest that people think about it in phases so that you can try to be successful. And in phase one, you need to get a sense of what's the arena, what's the air you're breathing, what's the pool you're swimming in, right? So we're going to actually start the scan process today in just a little while. A SWOT and a SWAB analysis. There's also STEP or PEST or PESTLE analysis, which I'll show you. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and barriers are those things that we want to be looking at. What I've found across public sector agencies is we tend to sometimes do these too broadly. We say, what are the strengths of the county? What are the weaknesses of the county? That's not going to help you. There's got to be a context that's set to say what are the strengths and weaknesses and opportunities, threats, and barriers that we have in relation to some of the emerging trends and issues and those kinds of things. So that's exactly what we'll be doing today. You'll get a chance to participate in both of those. Vision, mission, and value statements. I'll show you some examples of what those look like. We're not going to engage in that today, but there may be an opportunity to involve you in different ways in that, and I'll work with Ray and his team to figure out the best approach for those things and the board. Having some areas for focus and some goals. Most people, most entities, public sector entities that I work with have 5 to 7 focus areas. You know, things like operational excellence is usually one of them, so that there's something overarching the whole county. And then you've got your unique things that relate to you. There's usually something about safety. There's usually something about health. I mean, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You need to look at how you can look at those focus areas in a way that makes sense for you in San Benito County. Phases 2 and 3 involve coming up with those objectives, tactics, performance measures, and then also, you know, having the accountability and the responsibilities filled out so that people know who they can go to keep track of what's going on. In this case, at a county, the CAO's office will have staff that'll be aware of what's, you know, happening and what the relationship is to the plan, and we'll be looking at how that team can be communicating and reaching into the county staff to help that happen. For those of you with one of the partnering cities or other entities, for you to decide and figure out who are those people that can be your allies in your own processes to stay in communication with the county is going to be really useful. You may have the opportunity to participate in other elements of what happens in the county planning process since you're here today. And again, you'll be hearing from Ray and his team about what those might present themselves to be. So when you consider the idea that there's this sense of powerful and useful plans will tie allocations and resource allocations, and that's human resources like staff time, energy, and hours, as well as dollars to what's going on. And so, Stuart, is this good timing for you? Would you be willing to give us a financial update? Okay. So as part of our scan, Stuart's agreed to give you a sense of some of the things that are actually happening in San Benito. And
Oh, no.
There's your clicker. You want me to click for you, or you good?
I can.
Okay, cool. All right.
So I just first wanted to say that this is a high-level analysis of kind of where the county's been at for the last 2 years. We're going to kind of tease out more of the forecasting in the special budget hearings that we have coming up in March. Obviously, everyone's invited and encouraged to come to those. We have a lot of things that are going to be coming up in the near future. We have pension costs that are rising, obviously. And we are looking at salary increases as well, which is going to be a big thing coming up here with our new labor negotiations that are going to be starting in September.
And we also have a class and comp study that's going to be coming out towards the end of the year. And so I just wanted to highlight, so for the last 2 years, the general fund revenues have been as such. Our taxes have slowly been increasing. Basically, a lot of that is due to the assessed values increasing in our county with all of the construction that's going on. Most others have not. We have not seen much of a change. Our charges for services have not really increased or decreased. And so we're not seeing a lot of additional funding coming through to our general fund outside of increases in assessed values for our property taxes. Again, our expenditures, though, they are actually increasing a little more drastically, especially with our salaries and benefits. We've had some increases to our services and supplies from the last couple of years, and I only anticipate this to actually continue on. Supervisor Rooney?
Your salaries and benefits, is that also an increase in headcount, please? So it's increase in wages and headcount?
Yes. So these are the actual numbers actually from CAFR. These are actual numbers from the CAFR. So it has, we have added a few positions. There were a few positions in general fund that were added in these 2 years, so it does include that headcount increase. And now I want to show kind of the reality of what we are budgeting at and what our actuals are actually coming to. Sorry, this is kind of small, but mainly I want to show that in this second column under each of the 2 years, our net change in fund balance has been positive. We have been returning about $1.5 million in the last 2 years back to our general fund reserves. But the reality of this is our budgeted positions are coming in short every year. Our actuals to our budgeted positions, we have budgeted about $25.8 million. Our actual salaries and supplies every year, because of a combination of vacancies and maybe hiring temps or consultants instead to fill positions. Our salaries and actuals for benefits are coming in around $23.8 million in this last year, $22 million. They were both short of our budgeted $25 million.
Hey, Stuart, quick question.
Yes.
What's the vacancy rate right now?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's like 10%.
Is it higher than the year before, or is it lower?
I'd have to go look. I do want to touch on that during our special budget meetings. Definitely, that we're going to make a component specifically for that. I was actually reviewing it yesterday, but I didn't have enough time to get it on the slide. But I just want to outline that our variance between in fiscal year 17-18 was $1.9 million. So if we were actually at full capacity with all our staff, that would have ate our whole fund balance return. So as we discussed with the departments this year of adding staff, increasing salaries, we really need to focus on this and make sure that we have revenues coming in either from new developments with assessed value or business partnerships that we bring into this county. The other thing that I just wanted to explain this doesn't mean we can't do anything, especially with the strategic plan. We've done a few things these last couple of years that I think are really great for the county that have kind of been a net zero cost. One thing is our assessors brought in a new SCAPA grant. That's some funding that has added positions to his office that will help with the assessed valuations, will hopefully increase some of our tax revenues. And also we're in the process of doing the solar panels, helping with the environment. And that we received a loan for that, and we're paying that back through all of our cost savings. So we can still find ways to continue to grow as a county and find some things that we can offer work on that kind of will have a net zero cost to the county. But I just wanted to highlight that main fact to the county as we're working on a strategic plan together. And that was my my presentation. Does anyone have any questions? It's supposed to be short and sweet.
But I do have one quick question.
Yeah.
When you say net zero, it's kind of hard for me to understand because if you present a project at the county level, there are so many intangibles, so many indirect costs associated with it, and so some other places, there's a cost to a department or some other.
No, I
and then
completely
you take
agree.
into consideration the A87, which really doesn't really define how much we
Cost
get
plan,
back
yeah.
from
Yeah.
those departments.
Yes.
We should always look at it as a plus, to generate some plus, because some other department and some other staff is picking up some costs that is not being recorded.
Yeah, we will. Obviously, we do have many indirect costs related to like the solar project.
Yeah.
My salary time or Dulce's salary time, a lot of time was spent on doing that. So it's not a complete zero cost, but it is hopefully absorbed with the current staff levels that we currently have. Hopefully we can implement some things that we can do with our current salaries, our current staffing levels.
And one of the reasons why I felt it was important to bring this to your attention is just on our strategies moving forward, whether it's going to be adding additional staff or doing other things, we have to keep in mind the big picture. What can we afford, and how do we tackle that piece, or strategizing how are we going to bring in more revenues to be able to be more customer service oriented with the community, with whatever RMA department, Health and Human Services, whatever department it is. So we just felt that it was an appropriate time to talk about this while we're strategizing and putting kind of the groundwork for our vision and goals in the county. We're going to definitely talk about this more in our upcoming special board meetings. We've been working internally, Stuart has as well, really taking the floor with that on our finances, looking at everything, pensions, what those costs are going to be today, and tomorrow, and the next year, and also looking at teeter funds, just all the funding and everything that we do in our county financially. We're going to be looking at that. But I just felt that this was important, just to ground us, so to speak, when we're looking at what our strategies are for our county. So that was it.
I have a question. Maybe Stuart or Ray could answer that. And last year we adjusted our discount rate. I guess we have a choice of three rates to choose from. Then we take the middle one and a more conservative approach. And how is that kind of panning out? Because I think the returns have been meeting that level. Hopefully with our discount rate, isn't it?
So I know Joe Paul gave the presentation. I don't know if you want to elaborate further, Joe Paul, on that one.
We actually are using strategy 1 with CalPERS, which is the highest risk at this time. We're still way ahead of the game as far as the investment returns.
Okay.
But that's something that the board can consider every year where we want to be, and that'll be something that the board will consider here before the.
I think we have to be kind of careful and revisit that. As if we're going to have that reclassification and filling in these positions in the fund balance return is a narrowing gap that we might have to kind of take a look at, what level of rate we're at the, just my position.
Yeah. And again, we're going to talk about that on our quarterly on our budget hearings, our special board meetings for budget. All right. Angela?
A couple, Ray and I were talking at the break. Many counties in California are experiencing those vacancy rates for different reasons in different regions. But what are some of the biggest reasons why it might be challenging to attract and retain people to San Benito County?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Sure. I'll go with it. So there's quite a few reasons. Obviously, we're right next to Silicon Valley. That's a big reason.
Well, and let's be explicit. Why does that create challenges? Just so people can, what is it?
Well, a couple of reasons. One is we're a bedroom community for those folks. They use our infrastructure, driving back and forth, and they spend money in Santa Clara County, and they make revenue, or they bring incomes that are much greater than what we can provide here in our county in most cases. Also, for us as well, it's we go through a training process. We train folks. As you saw earlier, Dulce has been around for less than a year, about a year. Edgar, where's Edgar at? How long have you been here?
35 days.
35 days. Yeah. We also have a few other ones in our administrative office that are here, only been here for a year or two. So we are going through the training process. We're bringing people in, we're training, we're getting them ready, and then Santa Clara County calls them, or Monterey, or Santa Cruz. Well, we did that reverse with Edgar a little bit. That's an anomaly there. Most of the time, that's what happens, and then they are enticed to go somewhere else at a much higher rate for their employment. So now we've just spent the time training, getting them up to speed, and then we got to do it all over again. So there's a cost there, and it can be significant time and time again. So those are just a couple of them.
But also part of the strategic plan, there's a lot of things we can do as a county that don't cost a lot of money. So coming here, I'm sort of new to Hollister, getting to know it, and I love Hollister. I'm learning so much of it. So just marketing what we have. And some of these doing really small things don't cost a lot of money. So as a group, strategically, can we come up with ideas that have a great impact, but monetarily don't cost a lot of money?
Exactly. It's retention. We say that we train people, and then they leave. Well, they leave for a reason. It's not always for money. If you look at any of the analysis that people do, I think it's fifth. Is that average?
It's on a list of 10. It's a hygiene factor. It can either be a demotivator or a motivator, but the top motivators tend to be their direct supervisor or manager and the culture and climate that they're working in.
And that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
We have to walk the walk, or we have to walk the talk. I guess if you want to say it that way. We have to treat people with respect. We, as managers, we need to take care of our people, and we need to, like you said earlier, we need to share these small successes, and that's the success. It's everywhere.
So I'd be willing to. Yes, Councilmember.
I once did an analysis using the CalPERS data on when people leave and transfer from San Benito County, both the city and the county. I like to play around with figures. And there is, it's usually actually early in the career. It's kind of the second step out of the 5 steps in a career. So people come in here early in the career. They perhaps only have qualifications to get hired. They don't come in as Ray said. They stay here. They get trained. They learn all the acronyms. They learn all the insides. And although every county is different, as you said, every county is the same because we have the same stuff. Now they're qualified for the next step. And our ability to put someone in the next step is severely limited because the number of people we have on the payroll is limited. And so Santa Cruz County pays twice to 3 times as much for the same exact job. That's a lot. That's a big difference. I once tried to see if the commute would repay the money, and the truth of the matter is, no. It's an enormous amount of difference. And Santa Clara, Monterey, I don't know, but Santa Clara and Santa Cruz both pay a lot more. So we get an early lead, and as you can see from the people lined up here, if people decide to stay, then they stay. So they get 20 years in, they get 30 years in. But that early portion and starting to go into the middle. That's when they have to make a career decision. Am I going for the money, or am I going to stay where I can drive home in 15 minutes?
So one of the things that is clear is that you will likely have some sort of goal or focus area around staffing, training, retention, all those kinds of things. So I'd like to see if we could hold any further conversation about that, just so we could focus on other people things, unless there's something that you really want to get out right here, right now. So
that's all right.
Good? Okay, thank you. Yes, Supervisor?
Yeah, I wanted to I appreciate Supervisor Medina's comments. I agree. I mean, there's got to be a focus on the culture and the retention part of it. To me, it's also a succession element. You know, as a small business owner, I know that it's not just about getting good people to work for you. It's about giving them a reason. And here's the double-edged sword. And I'm not talking about because labor is one of the highest costs in the government world. It seems that's also a real element. So it's trying to create an innate reason to value the community that they live in, because we shouldn't, I don't believe, be trying to compete against Silicon Valley. We don't have the same element. It's a different, and in that sense, if we're trying to fight that in a sense by focusing on pay versus everything else, supporting a good, good individual. But succession is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Succession, you're talking about, when people move on, they retire. How do you prepare that workforce to be able to take over for that new leader, for that person that has a lot of experience? Because when there's a loss, and I actually just did a right along with the sheriff, when someone quits on him in 2 weeks, and gives him a 2 weeks notice, he has a year before he gets someone just to work for him. And then he has, obviously, that person is brand new.
That's right.
And there's a lot of loss of understanding of the experience. All these things that relate to knowing this community and knowing how to serve the purposes that job is supposed to do. And if we don't have a focus on retention and succession, and then even the culture,
right,
on the value of our community,
yeah,
not the dollars of Santa Clara.
So I could see in whatever plan you generate, like I was saying, some values around the culture and respect and things like that to support retention, but also some specific and strategic goals about staff development and retention and training and what happens to the people part, which is exactly what the next part of the PowerPoint is. Just to give you a sense, in a general, like in the U.S., not necessarily specific to public sector, I don't have the statistics for this, but it can cost upwards of 2 to 3 times someone's annual salary to replace someone if they leave for the wrong reasons. So let me say that again. If you lose a sheriff's deputy, it can cost 2 to 3 times what that annual salary is for that deputy to re-recruit for that position. Now, what sometimes happens is we don't lose the ones we want to lose, and we lose the ones we don't want to lose. So sometimes there's some things around how we're navigating what you do as leaders to be holding people accountable. But like I said earlier, most people don't wake up in the morning figuring out how to do mediocre work and show up and be bored to death all day long. That's not what their why is. But there's something that motivates them. And so a big part of Hannah and Maya's work is to generate materials and information and skills and training and those kinds of things to help leaders be effective as leaders so that you can save costs. And sometimes what happens in a county is that training becomes one of the first things that people lose the opportunity to do, which is part of why people like Bill Chiat and I have been working all these years to have the CSAC Institute, and why I was suggesting, and I met with Melody Serrano, who's the director of the LEAP and training programs for the county of Santa Cruz, to strategically invite employees from San Benito County to participate in the availability of that, because it's very cost effective. Yes, it's a day out of the office, but it's about the most effective cost related training that you could provide. So we'll go with that. So succession planning and succession awareness and retention could be those kinds of things that get tracked and measured in that work. Did you want to add anything since?
Well, I was add that, I mentioned earlier I came from the Hollister Fire Department. The reason I even got a job there was because it was a revolving door. Mm-hmm. And until they did the classification study and got to a wage that was comparable to our neighboring fire departments did that revolving door close. And, sure, the culture, the work environment is very important to retention, but also, you have to be competitive with the salaries. And I'm from the private sector, too. And my workers get on this phone and somebody else is paying 25 cents more an hour or per piece of work, they're going to the next field. And we're all struggling to, make sure we make our mortgage payments, put gas in the car. I see our kids have what they need, and that's, real finances. And our workers, I think, from the bottom on up, we have to be competitive. And from there, if we have continuity in our departments, we'll have better service. And customer service is, one of the things we're struggling with right now, because we are a training ground, and by the time we train somebody up to provide, what we hope, they're moving on and we're starting all over. And I think that's a big part of our some of the issues that the county is facing in a number of different departments. Right. So that was all I wanted to add.
So you can see that some of the issues are across the county, and some things are going to be within your departments and programs and in the cities and things. So if you're looking at people, look at the point we put in the PowerPoint, attracting and retaining the right talent, right? We anticipated that this would be some of what needs to happen. So enhancing performance by looking at engagement and motivation and those kinds of things is exactly part of what you might want to be talking about. Sir, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just had a couple town hall meetings, and in those town hall meetings, there were a couple of former San Diego County employees, and I asked them why I left, and they were honest to me. So that's not my representation. So for disclaimer, what I heard from them was that I couldn't apply to any other counties. They always hire better talent to some other counties, higher wages. I came to San Diego County because San Diego County was desperate, so I put in like 2-3 years. And then once I had that qualification on my belt, they moved to other counties.
Okay. That's that retention concern that we need to take a peek at. And, sometimes doing some exit interviews, there are some strategies that we can suggest to the CAO team and to county and city leaders about finding out why did people leave. Because sometimes it's for more money. Most of the time that can be the case, especially if you're working in a smaller county like this. And there was something that pushed them over the edge. Either they were asked, someone reached in to the organization to pull them out, or something was going on that made it so that their why was not connecting with what they were being asked to do. And so it's a reality, and if we can find out why some folks are leaving, in addition to just the salary, they'll say, I can make more money over there. It's more than that. There's something else. There's the juice behind it. Because if they're from this community or they're in the community, this community provides opportunities that Santa Cruz, Santa Clara, and other places don't, because they're so darned expensive. They have the potential to have a quality of life here that you can't actually put a price on, or if it's relative to their ability to do what they need to do for their families, like you were saying, you have a better chance to try to retain them. I'm going to want to take just these 2 comments, and then I'm cutting this section off so that I can keep going and we can do that scan before lunch, okay? So 2 more comments. Yes, sir. Mayor?
So my comment is that since we're a small area, those of us that have been put into leadership positions, all of a sudden we become targets to the haters, and we do have haters. Maybe a handful, but that handful is making a lot of noise, and people are believing what they're saying. So there is no reason that I'm going to sit in a job where I'm getting bombarded all the time for the work that I do. So I'm leaving. See you later.
Right.
So, and that's happened a lot.
Mm-hmm. So there are those additional reasons. They may say as an easy way out, money and a promotion. There's other stuff that is also in that milieu that if you can figure out ways to account for, you can improve your retention and engagement rate. Even if, now with so many people having multiple careers and multiple moves in their careers, You want to get the best out of them while you got them. You can't control if they only stay for 3, 4, 5 years. You might be able to get someone who was going to stay 3 to stay 5. That added value is really, really great, right? So the idea is realistically, the world out there has changed. Our expectations need to adapt with what's really going on with the workforce. So that needs to be factored in too. And if we create an environment where they feel supported, respected, and valued, it's only going to help. It's not going to solve the problem, but it will help someone stay a little bit longer. There's a concept in New Orleans called a lagniappe, a little something extra. Like, you know, when you go to an old time back, I'm old enough that you'd go to the bakery, you'd order a dozen or something, you'd get a baker's dozen, you got the 13th one. That's a lagniappe, a little something extra. And as Edgar was saying, sometimes that little something extra is that I backed you up when one of those haters was making your life hard. I took you out for a cup of coffee and I said, hey, you know what, you handled that really well. And I realized that that was really uncomfortable, and I just want you to know you demonstrated such respect and whatever. Thank you. It doesn't cost you anything. It costs you the perspective. You got to learn to have that perspective to thank you. So many times elected officials also have expectations about, and their constituents are applying pressure on them about what that service looks like. Some of you may not realize those haters and what the staff is actually dealing with on a fairly regular basis from some of those folks. And so I'd really like to encourage the elected officials here to try to be curious. If you're hearing something from the staff and you can be curious about what their experience is, then you can start solving for the right problems. Because sometimes it's not the staff, and we'll talk about that. Sometimes it's the lack of clear purpose or the lack of cultural support for backing them up that is contributing to some of that. So electeds, curiosity is really helpful, especially since there's so many new ones, both in the city of Hollister and here in San Benito. So that curiosity will help you. You'll be learning a lot about the constraints and realities that the public sector faces. Yes, sir.
Oh, just from our experience too, most people that we've lost a lot of employees, and the thing that they had in common, none of them wanted to leave. It was the job security of making sure they have a job here. The only reason they did leave it because it was the not knowing if they were going to have a job here, if the budget's going to cut it, so they make the decision to go on. Every one of the employees says, I don't want to go, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. I'm vested here in the community. I'd rather work where I live, but the not knowing is where we're getting most of the people. And I know it's with PD and other people too. If the position's going to get eliminated, I have to think about myself. So if we somehow make sure, get to a point where we can secure those positions, people will stay a lot longer.
When we, before we leave today, one of the last sort of conversations we're going to have are for you to consider and propose some goals that you would like to see or focus areas in your plan. Clearly, there's a lot of momentum and traction about people and staffing and those kinds of things, and then the related costs and whatnot. So we'll make sure that that gets documented as something that really could use support and attention. And then the board and the CAO's office can try to figure out how does that connect with the budget realities and the modeling and the staffing issues. And I know you're going to be in ongoing conversation. That's not a conversation you check the box about. That's an ongoing conversation. So one of the things that is supportive of staff is communicating. This is the question up here, is to communicate how their work contributes to the strategic role and direction of the county in a meaningful way. There's that story, and you could say this for cities too, okay? There's a story about a guy who goes to visit a hospital or a county clinic. And this is one of those like stories you hear, you know, it's not, I don't know the real guy, right? But the implication is he shows up to go to a clinic and he sees someone working on a crack in the sidewalk and there's a problem. And he says to the guy, oh, so what do you do here at the county? And he says, I make it safe for patients to get where they need to get. He's fixing the sidewalk. And the idea is he has a sense of and a commitment to what's going on at the county. He's not just fixing the sidewalk. That's what he's doing, but the why he's doing it, he's clear about. So it doesn't matter how you touch your county role. Do you know why you're doing it? Do you communicate with your teams about what they do and why it's important to the county and the people who live here, work here, have business here, etc.? So engaging staff to connect with their why, just like you did. You've got those worksheets. You can download that video for free. I always try to find free stuff for public sector folks. I'm not using anything here that you can't talk about. Like the supervisor asked, all of this stuff is out there. This isn't, I didn't do anything new. This isn't my product. This is about you being able to have the information you need to pick and choose. It's like having a pantry with some food. You want to pick things that are digestible for you. You don't want to give something to someone that they're going to have an allergic reaction and then you have to deal with anaphylactic shock, right? It's about what's going to work for you. So problems, defining the right problem, like several of the electeds in the room have said, is it's paying attention to your current realities, the trends, the changes in the community, and asking people what matters to them. When you ask folks, about their experience about working with the county, asking and being curious and trying to figure out what's their why, what's going on, and hearing that there are challenges that staff face and that the lack of security and stability could be issues here. These are issues that are real and important and are your most valuable resources, your people. So how these affect you and your department and programs, there's some really great stuff out there around public sector in particular. I've heard several of you, especially electeds, talk about how you have businesses in the private sector. Public sector strategic planning is not a cookie cutter of private sector work. There are different hydraulics. You push on one thing and something else rises. It's not about profit. It's not just about holding back on and then pushing forward on one thing or another the same way. And so this book about managing to outcomes in an era of scarcity is specifically written for looking at how you can deal with some of those hydraulics in the public sector. It's been around for a little while. I don't have the year on here, but they've done some redos, and they actually have white papers about that from their work. And the white papers and things, again, are free. I'm trying to give you and expose you to a lot of materials so that there's different things you can do. So focus and discipline is really helpful. Having a path. And it is because, and this is really interesting, for those of you who have worked at the county for a while, served on boards and commissions, etc., you know this, that there's no one single person or department that's powerful enough, smart enough, has enough hours in the day or whatnot to do everything that needs to happen in the county. And when I talk to my private sector clients, I say to them, you realize they have the fire department, the sheriff's department, jail, public defender, DA, they've got all that law and justice stuff in your community. No Fortune 500 company has that. They've got all the health and human service stuff that connects with that. They've got libraries, which serve an amazingly important purpose when it comes to information access and safe places to gather and all kinds of development in the community of youth and people who are looking to learn and stay current on skills. So the idea is you've got to collaborate. You've got to work with people to help you do that. So accountability is really important, and one of the puzzle pieces that you'll be grappling with is what are your respective roles in this county's strategic plan? The board's going to look at it through one set of lenses, staff's going to look at it through another, the cities are going to look at it through another, and the public is going to have another lens. So at what point and where do you want to be engaged in this? So who's going to be accountable, but also how are you going to communicate and who ultimately will approve? I'm going to encourage the Board of Supervisors members who are here to understand that some of what's going to be presented to you will not only include some of your input, but will include input from a lot of different people. And so the idea of, acknowledging and approving and giving the nod to some of those plans will allow you to be able to generate some of that accountability and pragmatically work together with staff. So it's really great that there are so many electeds here, and thank you for making the time to do that. These are just 3 different groupings that I like to think about in terms of staff. So you've got organizational leadership, because it's about being responsible and effective. You've got other staff at the layers in addition to the ones that are represented here, because they're doing the work. They're executing what it is that you say you want done and you're prioritizing. And then constituents, the other cities, the other folks, because their input allows you to know and kind of calibrate, are you focused on the right stuff? And one of the things that you can do is to keep your plan alive is to do a refresh. About annually, as you start to look at your budgeting processes, you can look at, are we doing the right stuff? How are we doing? Are we paying attention to these things? Is there something that's emerged in the environment that we need to add in? And that's another way of keeping your plan alive. So this is just in here. What I had showed you before is the idea that these are common elements to the plan. So I thought before lunch we could do a part of the scan, which is going to be looking at some of those internal realities and things. And Hannah is going to help me record some of this. Scans, and you'll have all this data. Okay, so we're going to write things on flip charts so people can see, but we'll be documenting that and providing it back to you so you have it as a work product. So scans help you collect quality information about what's working, what some of the pain points might be. They also reveal your appetite for change or lack of change or resistance to change, those kinds of things. You'll get a sense of what's on people's mind. It's also results-focused, and it looks at a current reality. If you do a search on the net, you'll see this pestle analysis. And a pestle, I was joking with both Dulce and Hannah that sometimes you have a pest analysis. I don't like that. So Hannah and I came up with STEP. It's the same letters, but why have it be a pest to do planning? I don't understand. But if you want to do a search on that, you'll have to look up pest. Is looking at what are the politics, what's going on economically, what's happening in the culture, in the society in which you're doing your planning. What are the technological realities? What can you have access to and use? What infrastructure things are there? Environment is not just being like the tree hugger environment. It's what's the environment, what's happening in the environment. Things like drought, fires, floods, those kinds of things that impact your work all the time. And then what are some of the legal requirements? So we want to take a look at what are some of the external changes and trends that you're seeing in the county. And also try to look at what some new information might be, because you're going to have different perspectives from how you touch your work and how you touch either living or working here. So I want to challenge some of your assumptions, and that's that thing. If we can all be curious, it'd be really good. And we want to be able to identify some of the most important things for you. So here's the question in front of you, which is, what do you think? And we're just going to brainstorm. So there isn't a right or wrong. If I say something and you think the opposite, we're going to get them both up there. Okay? This isn't about trying to come to consensus or whatnot. We want to hear what's on your mind as it relates to what are some of the most significant current, right now you can see them or you believe that they are emerging, trends and demands that are experienced here in the county. And I'll use the geography of the county. Okay, so whether you're with the city or you're a member of the public, it's okay, it doesn't matter. What's happening in this region that are the trends and demands that you are experiencing that you think we need to be aware of to plan for so that we can get ready to respond to them. So let's just do a big old brainstorm. So shout them out. Yes, sir.
I think one of the trends and demands for anybody in this area is to try and service both the people who are technologically savvy and the people who are not technologically savvy at the same time.
So the disparity, I'm going to let Hannah write this one down. So the disparity with technology, like both access and agility,
right.
And
if we put in an online system for permitting things, that services a section of the public that can handle it. The problem is we have a section of the public that does not do that. That's right. And so you essentially have to have two systems, or you go to the lowest common denominator, and that becomes a real issue.
Right. Okay, great. So we'll capture technology and the disparity with that wording. Okay. How about another issue, a trend or demand, emerging or current? Yes, sir.
I think that we need to focus on younger folks.
Okay.
Because most of those are old and we're going to be moving on. So we need to prepare the future for the younger people to understand what's going on so they can take over.
Okay, so that's the succession planning piece.
I'm going to
It's investing in and paying attention to the younger folks, and it's succession planning. If we just put the word succession planning there, I think it helps support. So it's on the flip chart. There was another hand right here.
I was just going to say growth and the traffic issues that are related to that in terms of accessibility and getting in and out, because there's really there's two ways, but there's one. Yeah.
So growth and traffic and the related impacts to the infrastructure, and let's take it to that next level too. With all that traffic, how is the infrastructure? That may need to be planned for, right? Like how I got from Santa Cruz last night in the dark and in the drizzle to here. You know, I made a wrong turn. No big deal. It was a couple miles out of the way, but it's interesting to look at where I was on a 2-lane road or maybe a 1.5-lane road, and where there were puddles and things like that. So that kind of look at that infrastructure related to that. So let's add infrastructure too. Yes, sir.
What I'm noticing that with a lot of newcomers coming in with a higher income, they're used to receiving government services at where they come from that San Bernardino County doesn't provide.
Can you give an example?
Oh, God. I'll give you one that City Hall is wrestling with: dog parks. In a lot of larger communities, they provide beautiful dog parks. San Bernardino County, because of lack of resources, just provide neighborhood small parks.
Sure. Pocket parks and things like that. Okay, so let's put, we have infrastructure. Let's put expectations of people with resources. Expectations of people with resources. And especially around use of open space. And you can even actually put dog parks up there as an example. Just as an example. But that'll just help us trigger our memory about that. There was a hand over here, and then I'll come to you, Supervisor.
I was just going to add to Jaime's. I live in Morgan Hill, and we have a really nice gym facility that's partly owned by the city and the YMCA. And I actually use it, and I think it's a great facility. There's a pool that the community members can have. And it's actually really great because they have lower step tiers for income levels on how to pay for your membership. Some at the poverty level, it's free to the public as long as you're attached to the community. So I just wanted to add to that.
So one of the things that is an emerging trend is things like cross-jurisdictional collaboration. And I know that's a lot of alphabet soup, but I'm going to ask Hannah to do her best on that. Here's my spell check, because when I'm up here, I can't spell. So cross-jurisdictional cooperation and collaboration. There's some really interesting opportunities and pain points on that one where you're collaborating, and I haven't forgotten your comment. I just want to give a couple of examples. I know that I consult with a nonprofit theater in Santa Barbara where the junior high school on our east side of town, it was falling apart. And it had been a WPA project. It was beautiful. And it was literally cracking and falling apart. So some members of the community decided that what they would do is try to get some support to collaborate with the school district to create that as a safe place for those students to gather and the community. So what that did was really cool. There was all this momentum. It's a gorgeous theater. I encourage you all to go in it. It's called the Marjorie Luke Theater in Santa Barbara. What's happened, though, is because they're collaborating with the with the public sector, some of the foundations and funding sources don't want to give them more money because they feel like the public sector should pay for all the things that need to happen. So as they need maintenance and as they need different things to keep, the chairs repaired and different things, the nonprofit can only raise so much money. They need to collaborate with the school district in order for that to happen. The county had some money through the RDA back in the day that helped support the project so that we were actually getting parts of town to have access to really good community gatherings and things like that. And so the impact, the reason why I'm giving this example is the impact is that the expectations of some of the funding sources are going to need to be aligned in order for that to happen. If you're going to have a sliding scale fee for using the gym, entities like the California Endowment, we're looking at how to get people moving because better health outcomes and doing prevention from a public health perspective, we're contributing to lowering health costs overall. So an external source, it wasn't public sector funding, it was the California Endowment, was providing things to help those kinds of projects happen so that people could get screened and have access, because they believed that that investment in people's health was a positive thing for the community as a whole, and it was cost effective. So those things that your public health folks are doing and your community health folks are doing are really important to incorporate and collaborate in. And in cities, you don't have those health functions the way counties do. So that's a real strategic area that you might look at, that collaboration as overall health, and then that contributes to safety as well. Supervisor and then supervisor?
There's an issue of public trust. I mean, to me, it's, there's a lot of conversation about what's being done versus what's said is actually going to, be, there's just a lack of clarity. And being, when I was personally elected in the school board, it was all about, it still is. It's an acronym world in the government conversation that doesn't create an honest intention, at least from the public, to get engaged, because it's too confusing. And I've gotten that a lot. So there's no real clarity or communication with the public, and it makes it really hard for the very thing that we want, and that's engagement.
I'm going to put up here that intent doesn't equal impact, because, like I said, most county or city employees don't intend to bum out the constituents. But if we don't have the resources or the information about what can be communicated, it generates the assumption that there's negativity. And so, like we were talking about in the film, you talked a little bit about what's going on in the brain. If we have information that's going along like this, it's kind of human nature to fill in those blanks with negative information. We assume they're lazy. We assume they're not doing their job. We assume they're hiding something. This happens in relationships. It doesn't have to just be with public and private sector. So our job is to make sure we can clarify and push information out so that we can fill in the blanks with some, when it is either positive or neutral, or just information so people know what they're dealing with. And if there is something negative, be really honest about why and what, and communicate about why it has to be the way it is. Okay? Yes, sir.
Economic development, and specifically, I mean, that's a buzzword, a political buzzword that I think we probably all use on our campaigns. But I think in this room, I can feel a lot of positive energy with existing elected officials and new elected officials. I know that there's a commitment to economic development. And what I specifically mean is bringing living wage jobs to our community, more jobs. It's going to do a lot of things. It's going to take people off our roads. It's going to help relieve traffic and pressure on our infrastructure. And it's also going to allow people more time to be in our community, to volunteer, to do the things that they want to do, to be involved with their schools and nonprofits, you name it. I think that's a big key, and I believe that there's a lot of momentum in this room to encourage that and make that grow. And I know at the county level, and I just came from the city, that there's a lot of really, really good things happening, and we need to celebrate that and work together on that critically.
I really, really appreciate that we're hearing from the electeds. That's really, really important, and thank you. I also want to make sure we hear from staff, because you see things from additional perspectives. So, again, I don't want the electeds to not talk. I'm just wanting to make space for and encourage those of you who are staff to also contribute to the conversation, please, because you have a unique set of lenses, and we need to hear from all of you. Yes, ma'am.
I was thinking homelessness and mental health services. You've got the homeless shelter in town now, but it seems that we have many more that can be served, and they're going to probably have to be served in different ways or different tiers. Like there was a lady who came to the city council last week, she said, all I want to know is where can I put my tent? It just need a tent, and I'll be happy. So, there's great need by the community.
I was involved in Santa Barbara's formation of a collaborative around homelessness. And the strategies to solve people's homelessness are as diverse as the people who are experiencing homelessness. If you're a youth aging out of foster care and you haven't been given any of the information and skills you need or job training to get out there and actually, engage in the community in a productive way, your chances of being homeless within a year or two are like 60 to 70%. That's the youth. Then if you've got veterans who have been, they served and maybe they're living with mental illness of PTSD or perhaps substance use issues, whatever it is. Even the VA started to look at the criteria that veterans would need in order to be able to receive a VASH voucher, which is Veterans Administration Supportive Housing Voucher. In some communities in the state of California, we've got veterans with vouchers in their hand and no place to put them, right? So this is not unique to San Benito. Let me tell you that right now. Everywhere in the state of California is experiencing a sense of homelessness. And if we're not an increase in homelessness, if we're not looking at some of the environmental impacts, when the fire happened in Paradise, that was one of the affordable places in the state of California for people to live. There's an entire region of the state where all of those people don't have a place to go. So there's that form of homelessness as well. So that those diverse perspectives and those diverse things to anticipate and look for are really important when you talk about things like homelessness. I'm going to go ahead and put homelessness on its own line. So we can do mental health and homelessness, and then also just homelessness. The other thing is that in every county that I've worked with, the expectations of your mental health services staff or your behavioral health staff, whatever you call them here, are so immense. They're supposed to anticipate things like active shooters now. I mean, there's so much going on in a county sector that makes it really challenging to figure out what are the most important things that we should be talking about. And we don't have, as a society, a means to really address mental illness the way it shows up. We don't know yet how to handle some of that. So the idea that there are different forms of homelessness, I know this gym example, I'll give you a case example really quickly about how collaboration has really paid off. There was a family I know that the woman had lost her job and then the father lost his job. They ended up with a kid living in their vehicle, and we happen to have a safe parking program down there. And in the safe parking program, you could park as of like 9 o'clock at night, maybe 10, and you had to be out of that parking lot by 6. So that they had a safe place to potentially stay, and it was regulated, and you had to have a permit to be there and the whole thing. They would go to the gym. They kept their gym membership. While he was looking for a job, he could go shower, the kids could get clean, they could exercise, they knew that they'd be safe and have what they needed to have. And we had community members that were judging them for keeping their gym membership, but there were things like what Stuart was saying. There were gyms that were allowing folks to be able to stay clean and actually get some exercise to be healthy, and then they were able to find a job, and then they were able to, shift out of that experience. But when people are one paycheck away, and someone loses their job and then you get another hit or someone has a health issue, those are not, people being lazy living with mental illness. These are a different branch of what people are experiencing around homelessness. So there's all those economic and infrastructure realities that tie into the benefits of the collaborative process. Yes, sir?
I just think...
Oh, sorry, we'll go there and then can I go to
sure.
you? Okay, thank you.
So, it ties into homelessness. It's a close cousin. Is affordable housing.
Indeed.
And that's something I've been dealing with with my own employees who can't find affordable housing here, especially like rental housing. And they're looking at other communities because they can't afford to live here.
Yep. And like I said about the fires up north, here you go, Hannah. Is it sticky? No. The fires up north generated, people couldn't afford. Where are they going to go? They've lost their jobs. And there could be an opportunity to potentially recruit some of those folks, but that was their community. And so that whole dynamic about affordable housing and collaboration is an interesting one. City and county housing authorities. Is anybody here from the housing authority? Do you have a county housing authority?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Does the Hollister have a city housing authority?
We work together, we share the same.
Okay, perfect. So the idea of partnering with the housing authorities to figure out what are the additional services that can be partnered around so that developments and access to retention of housing services can be supported as well, is an interesting one. I know this is a gigantic, county, but in LA, I know some people in the executive branch of the real estate division. When the city of LA, the residents of the city of LA voted to increase the sales tax to support development of affordable housing and housing services for people experiencing homelessness, everybody was all excited because they generated some revenue, which is, one of the things that needs to happen. But all the city council districts were going, put it in your district.
Sure.
And so now what they've done is charged the staff with supporting each council district to have a new development in their district to start with. So they have to work in their districts, and this involves, collaboration with the electeds and the staff to generate some plans for where those various facilities would be, and then there would be another wave. But it was like this chaotic, nobody wants it where they live. And so we can deal with, as electeds and staff, try to support people to think about the value of having affordable housing resources available and what that can do in a community. Yes, sir.
I think one of the major items is a very general item, which covers all of this, which is the insecurity of change. Right now, as far as I'm concerned, in the state of California, things are changing very often. You talk about unfunded mandates. Every time those hit, that's a change. Problems with mental health, homelessness, affordable housing. You put them all together, it's all changed, because where do you put the affordable housing? Oh, we're not going to grow, but we need affordable housing. So we have all these things that are basically pushing and pulling against each other. And I just think the total insecurity when you don't have the plans, if you do not have the plans, if you do not have the strategic plans, I think that leads to more insecurity. And I believe that the lack of planning, people say, well, what are we going to do about this? And I believe that is a lot of angst, if you excuse the word, because that's the way it is in the modern world. You're at angst all the time, so here comes some more. So I don't know how to put that in the right perspective, because I'm not defining it very tightly.
Well, insecurity related
I'm making it very broad. And I think when you add all that up, it's insecurity. You're driving to work and the traffic is bad, that's one thing. You're thinking about, oh, they're going to put an affordable housing apartment house 2 blocks away from where I live, and 3/4 of my value is in my home, and that might go down. And all these things impact everybody. So you tend to become a shell. You pull everything in, you close everything off because of that insecurity. You're not open to new ideas, and I think that's a major issue.
And sometimes when there are the haters, they're feeling insecure and afraid about what they might have to lose by the public sector entities doing things that they are feeling uncertain or insecure about, right? It usually comes from some sort of concern or fear when people are that vocal, right? It's that insecurity. Hannah and I worked with the California Behavioral Health Directors Association. They had a statewide meeting of all the behavioral health directors from across the state. And one of the things they talked about, this was a couple months ago, one of the things they talked about was trying to navigate the new governor and understanding how the change in the governor's mansion was going to impact how they did their work. Well, cities and counties need to keep aware of what's going on at the state level to be able to anticipate some of the changes that are going to be required of them as well. So I would like to add, like statewide and regional, not only San Benito, but statewide and regional impacts and change that, you need to be aware of. So the emerging trend and demand, the demand of you is to be aware of what's going on, not only in San Benito, but in, outside of your county borders. Okay? How about some more from staff? We had staffing, like, having employees, yes. My library queen and guru, yes.
This is I don't like the word homeless. When we have lots of individuals that are known to not have housing at this time, and they come into the library. But one of the things that has really helped us and do things to help us is a greater awareness and understanding of these members in our community. It just helps us to be able to find some type of services that we can provide to them. Not only that, but the method in which you communicate with an individual, because their perspective, just take, for example, our time, the way we plan our time, when with an individual that is not having this particular time, they're working 24 hours in the back. So there's a difference. I'm thinking that greater awareness and understanding and training of how we can be more effective with members of our community that are not housed at this particular time.
Thank you. Yeah, I often will say people experiencing homelessness as opposed to the homeless, because it is people, right? And if we can humanize that, and there are, like I said earlier, the most diverse solutions available because it's diverse reasons why people become unhoused, lose their housing, then it's important to be considering those things. More people are staying at home in their 20s. They're not moving out because their folks have decent houses, and so they're staying. Or maybe there's been a split in the family or a death or whatever, and the elder needs to be taken care of, those kinds of things. So there's a change in what housing and families actually look like. So what I want to add to the list for you related to this is demographic changes. Age is one element. Whether someone is experiencing homelessness is another. What their skill level is, what their economic backgrounds are, all those ways that we're different from one another. So demographic changes are ones to be looking at in that. Did you have a comment?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you raised your hand and I skipped over you. So, okay. How about more from staff in particular? What do you see out there as emerging trends and demands in your field that you think would be good to give voice to?
So, kind of back to statewide and regional changes, is also this regional and state and national cooperation and collaboration. Because a lot of what we have to do here at the local level, we need state support and we need national support. Otherwise, we don't have the resources to do it. I don't see the sheriff here, but AB 109 made corrections now a local issue. It used to be a state issue. And so we can't house the people adequately that we're being asked to house. Roads are a national issue, and it's not a local issue. It's a national issue, and we need national support. So we need to do better coordinating, not just locally, but with our state and national colleagues.
So that under cross-jurisdictional collaboration that we said earlier, let's go ahead and be really explicit, and we'll put that state and national as well. So it's not just the cities here; it's looking up and out at what those trends are.
Yeah, we're doing better here locally with county and city working together.
Yeah,
there's a lot of improvement there, but we need to do better. But how do we engage our state and national leaders in helping us? Because in a lot of ways, they're pushing those issues on us.
And you came in after we all introduced ourselves. Would you mind telling us your name and what department you work in?
I'm just nobody cares about me.
We did. Everybody else did. So.
I'm John Gurton. I'm the Resource Management Agency Director. So we do public works, planning, and building, everything you all deal with, and everything you all are frustrated about. So later at the break, grab me if you want to talk to me about issues. I'm more than happy to hear issues. But yeah, so that's what we're big. We also do housing, parks, economic development.
You've got a big umbrella that you
hold. A little bit of everything. Okay. That's
and
what
how
I've been
long?
running around. There's a big storm going on, so
yeah.
I've been dealing with emergencies.
Yeah. How long have you been with the county?
At the end of this month, it'll be exactly a year and a half.
Okay, so another new member of the team.
I have, yeah. I'm building tenure. I have seniority over half the room, right?
All right, good. Yes, sir.
I have another comment. In the county, I'm responsible for producing data, and one of some of the feedback that I've gotten back from employees is that, hey, they weren't expecting to have to pay more taxes this year, and that effectively it's lowered their income because of the SALT. At the federal level, we're now paying taxes on top of taxes. And so, you know, that $10,000 limit at the federal level, a lot of employees have these other deductions that are no longer deductible, and that effectively changed their rate of taxation and has, you know, reduced their disposable income. And so I've heard, you know, from several employees on that who, and they're just barely now starting to, you know, do their taxes. So we're expecting to hear a lot more of that. So that's going to put a lot more pressure to increase incomes.
Okay. So let's look at, we had living wage, economic development issues, but why don't we look at national impacts to tax laws, other tax laws?
That's going to affect constituents as well as
Exactly.
county employees.
Indeed. Well, county employees are constituents in many cases. Not all, everybody lives here, but some people do. How many people actually live in the county? How many people commute from outside the county? Okay. Thank you. Curious. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of tag on to what John was saying about the impacts that are the state and national collaboration aspect. One of the things that I see happening is there's a lot of laws that are going into effect, and I'm with probation, and they're made with this thought process that a medium-sized or a large-sized county are going to be easy to, are going to have the extra staff available to develop these things. Meanwhile, we have less staff than we had 15 years ago, and we're still having to meet these mandates like Prop 63. And it's just one of those things where, you know, you get spread so thin that you all of a sudden it comes all about putting out fires and just surviving another day. And that's part of the problem, because there's no way you're looking forward when you're constantly in the present and just trying to subsist.
Right.
So I see that as being an ongoing issue for rural, smaller counties.
Let's add unfunded mandates. And especially, well, we can just, one example is law and justice, right? You know, those things. I facilitated a meeting for CSAC around the AB 109 stuff when it was happening, and the whole idea of, and CBHDA and other state entities are doing the same thing of looking at what are the impacts to those smaller counties, medium-sized counties, and large counties, and then they even pulled LA out as its own thing because it's so massive, right? So some of those groups, it's having access to those statewide, you know, entities. But when you're like dealing with the fire drills in front of you all the time, it's hard to get that, be able to have the time to get that perspective. That's where that cross-jurisdictional collaboration might be helpful. You may have access to information and contacts. If you go to like the supervisor's training for that CSAC does, so now you've been elected a supervisor. How many people have done that? The CSAC training, you did it? Okay. Yeah, having exposure, and I think the City Managers Association or the League of Cities has an institute. Yeah, the California League of Cities and National League of Cities has those kinds of, you know, resources available to you. I strongly recommend if you're elected or in an administrative role to seek that information out, because that they're dealing with some of those same. You're not alone, is the point.
No, I don't
right?
think we are. It's just
right.
It's, you know,
right.
We're talking about the health, the hygiene of an organization. You know, it's you're Rod Peter to pay Paul all the time, and you can't move forward, and that's in part why I think larger counties are somewhat attractive, because there's less responsibilities that come with the same level of position than you would in a smaller county.
It's just different. Let's take a couple more comments. We'll take supervisors and then yours, and we'll do a check about breaking for lunch.
I just wanted to support what a probation officer, a probation chief, Phil mentioned. I actually was part of, I first started my volunteering with probation department, and it was funny how like literally in the midst of a big swarm of the issues having to that they had to absorb, because once AB 109 hit, it basically sent all, the realignment of the prison system, sending individuals back to their local respective communities, and it put such a weight and burden on the local communities that they literally were scrambling. And funny that we pretty much at that moment had to get desperate to connect with other agencies, nonprofits, or whatever, to somehow deal with the caseload, preventing recidivism, trying to basically simplify it for ourselves. But at the end of the day, it definitely became very revealing to me how the state has disconnected from supporting its own communities when it creates mandates that ultimately doesn't support our communities.
Well, and when we've got data about recidivism rates and things like that, and we don't use it to help us drive decisions because of political realities, like those things that happen that are imposed on smaller counties and things, it's really challenging. There was a sheriff's department that I got to work with who formed a Blue Ribbon Commission on jail overcrowding, and it happened to just precede when AB 109 was happening. And what ended up, the DA, the public defender was there, the mental health service folks, the jurisdictions, the cities within the county, folks from the jail, folks from the CEO's office, various people were at the table, and we're trying to come up with what were some innovative solutions to when people who were in the jail were going to be, released out onto the street. What were some of the things that could be done? So the sheriff wanted to have a sheriff's treatment program for people who were in because of minor drug offenses, as long as there was no violent or, detrimental to the safety of the community kind of offenses. There were also things like house programs so that you could stay home or maybe even go to work, but you had to stay within a certain geographic area. So there were programs and things that could have been done, but then the way the funding and things came out, it was very frustrating for the people who put the effort in to not be able to implement what they knew was the right thing to do. And to get those people at the table was like a feat in and of itself. And so they eventually were able to pursue some grants for some of those innovative solutions. So I highly recommend that you can anticipate there's going to be some frustrations. There's more on your plate than you can possibly do. There may be, through that collaboration, a more attractive and compelling case to some funders, both at the state, federal level, and then maybe even some private foundation monies to help support some of those alternative practices that have shown to be useful and cost-effective. So if you do planning well, you'll avail yourself to potentially expanding the resources that you have to work with when you can be collaborating like you are. And there was another comment. Yes, thank you.
I'll make the caveat here with notwithstanding the current status of our federal government and budget, but the census is coming up, and one of the easiest ways to get money is to have people be counted. And as one of the big plugs that we get told is everyone counts, and to make sure that our sensitive populations, like persons who are undocumented, are counted, because that's dollars per person, and that's county dollars that should be realized so that those services can be provided, and to ensure that those populations know that this isn't to have ICE enforcement against you. It's just county dollars, and educating people for that, so that they can fully be counted. And that's a issue that is taken on by whichever departments. But those are easy access dollars as long as people say, I'm here, please count me.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So we got the census up there because that's at your heels. Not in front of you. It's
there.
Now.
Yeah.
What is it, 18 months before we execute that or whatever. So it's close. Not even. 6 months, 8 months, 12 months. You're making it happen. When does it happen?
It's on April 1st of 2020.
There you go. Okay. All right. We're going to leave these up here. There's the ones on the page or on the window. We can add to this. I find that sometimes this is time release, and you get like you walk around and you get a little epiphany of something that you want to make sure gets included. We can continue to build on this. I'll keep this slide up. I believe lunch is set. Thanks again to the CAO staff and Dulce. There are a couple people who are vegetarians, so if you could let those veggie things be for the veggie people, that would be really appreciated.
Just I know I went to go pick up the order, and if you're vegetarian, I do apologize. They got mixed up, and they're all having those issues.
So we'll do something about that. Is anybody vegetarian in this group?
That is not okay with pulling out.
Okay.
I'm allergic to peanuts.
Okay, we'll deal with that. If you're vegetarian, come see me and we'll say. Let's come back. Can we do about 40 minutes or so? I'll put my timer on. Does that work? So you got like 10 minutes for a stretch and a half hour to eat. And so what time did you say? Back about 1 o'clock.
Thinking that you're lazy about it. I'm trying to get your electricity in your brain working a little bit. That's why I wanted you to stand up and just take a deep breath and let you know we're in the home stretch. And then if you have a seat, make sure right in front of you you've got the worksheet that looks like this. Squat and swab.
The other thing too, I was worried about you falling off the chair.
Yeah, you were distracted. It wouldn't be the first time that it happened. All right, so here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Back in your tables, when you think about those highlights of things that we've done in the scan, you've actually done a fair amount of really useful, good work today already toward your plan. And so posted on that wall over there are some of the changes. Posted on this wall over here are the emerging trends and demands. So I'll try to move this flip chart so that you can see it. You've got at your tables the desirable, probable, future, and then some of the things that you think the county should do or could do, either start, stop, or continue. I want to share just a couple of other thoughts that got brought to my attention over the break that I think are good to put into that mix, that stew that you're cooking. One is the whole concept of recognizing the cultural diversity that's a part of San Benito. Not only in the services you provide, but in the skills and abilities that are brought to the table as well. And so cultural competency or being agile and effective in intercultural communication is super valuable and important. So that the people who may not speak English, for example, or the people who may not have a degree, or the people who may have lived here for 15 generations or whatever that element of diversity that people bring. Sometimes you're a business person and the people that you're working with have never been in business. That's an element of diversity. We've talked a little bit about age here today too. So it's not just what people look like. It's those different skills and perspectives and things that are important to them and priorities that they bring to the table. Hello. As we do the SWOT swab, I want to explain to you a little bit about what we're hoping to get out of this. Traditionally, in a strategic plan, when you do scans, you're looking for those things that you can leverage, which are your strengths internally as an organization, and then also some of those pain points, some of those things that you acknowledge are limitations to your ability to work effectively and get stuff done. Now remember, this is all about getting stuff done. This isn't fancy hoity-toity speak. This is about what are some of the things that are really good and strong assets for you to be able to get stuff done, and what are some of the things that are obstacles that get in your way, okay? So those are your internal weaknesses. It's really tempting for those of you who are in partner agencies to start talking about external issues. This is again for the county to consider. So please focus in on the county. Now, for some of you, like our firefighting professional, you have two entities that you're working with. That's okay. Just focus on as much as you can on the county. So your department, programs, and the county organization as a whole. Now, the other step that you'll do is start to take a look at what are some of the potential opportunities with your partners, your regional partners, your funding partners, your business partners, those kinds of entities as well. So that's where you can start to focus on those external relationships. I've found that if you look online and look at a SWOT analysis, it's used in business all the time. Some of you have probably done them. What I find in the public sector is if we put barriers in addition to threats, number one, it's less militaristic, and number two, it helps us identify where we've got blockages, where we've got stoppages in things. because we don't want to beat people up for facing and having to deal with barriers. Threats like, sea level rise, climate change, whatever those kinds of things are that might be threats, or threats of violence and those kinds of things that can be scary, those are their own animals, so I'm adding barriers to it because I think it helps you think more broadly about what are some of the barriers to you being effective together in a region. So at your tables, think about the data that you've generated. This is not a SWOT or SWAB about the county. That's too much. It's a SWOT swab about that middle column on that, what could the county start, stop, or continue doing in order to pursue the desirable future. So you need that data at your table. What are some of those things that you think the county should start, stop doing? And what are the current strengths and weaknesses related to those things? And what are some of the opportunities, threats, or barriers to that middle column on that prior worksheet? Okay? So now I'm going to say that in like 2 sentences because I gave you a lot of preamble. On this current worksheet, in the same groups at your table, look at the existing data that you generated through the various scans, including the desirable, probable. Use the middle column to do your SWOT and your SWOT. Questions? You have really good questions. You want to add one?
I'm good.
You're good? Yes, we did it. Okay. Cool. Yes.
Is it individual or per team?
No, this is for your group, for your table group. You each have a worksheet because it's helpful for you to have your own. You can take your own notes. Yes.
The gentleman in the back that just came in to stand up, he is our sheriff.
Hello, Sheriff.
For our county, and welcome to any one of the tables.
Thank you. I appreciate Kelly's been here going for me all day. I had a meeting in San Francisco. I didn't say no to that. But I'll catch up with you guys, and if there's an empty seat somewhere, I'll grab it.
Yeah. Yes, you're welcome, and we would be pleased for you to join us. Whatever works for you, Sheriff. All right, I'm going to check with you because I really want there to be some realistic, again, pragmatic things that if they got identified and rose to the surface, you might be able to actually do something with them. I'm looking for real stuff, okay? Not out here theoretical. Be as specific as you can. If you're going to name a department or a program or something like that, is there something that you need us all to hear? Sorry about that. Is there something that we should hear so that we're all good to go? Oh, sorry. That's okay. That's fine. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that things were clear. All right, so we're good? I'm going to check with you in about 15 minutes. Be pragmatic. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, go. I got it wrong. Are you good?
Nothing happens on Tuesday night.
That's good.
Wait, I'll make sure.
Did you call
So that would be and then right. Some of our employees Yeah, I know, it's funny because I guess where maybe somebody in Northern California doesn't right, so I think for me, I don't think a lot of
almost over the counter, and here you go.
Yeah. I looked at Diane and somebody, and it's pretty popular. Yeah, there's only limited runs that. Yeah, I wanted to do that for some of that doesn't work at all. Yeah,
So we're weak now for strengths.
Let's have coffee sometime. Yes.
Well, he sold.
Did we give out the litmus test? Okay. Well, I want to talk about that. Okay. So
That's like a good thing.
Talk about it then.
I think what we need to do, we can start doing that, it's that
Well, also expanding Look, and this is where I'm sitting, and we're getting off track here, but this is something that's like somebody's based on the schools that are there, we need to get together, or out of supervision. But so as 156, totally off track. And 152
So
Everything's integrated. It's all integrated, but
Yeah, exactly. Except for like the test
Let's take 2 more minutes and then we're going to group.
Yeah, they're not making right. You can find one of the consumers up on the it's all done up there, you know.
I think this one's yours. It has lipstick on it. It's on my lid, and then I'll know it's cool.
Yeah.
I left for a minute and you go
Customer service was and then our strengths.
All right, if I could get your attention, please. When you think about how the county is poised to address some of those things that would bridge from the probable to the desirable, let's hear 3 strengths. So anybody, name one from each table, on 3 different tables, 3 strengths.
That is pretty sad. No strengths.
Yes, John. Staff, right? People, right? There's a lot of people who work really hard.
The commitment of your elected
Okay.
Sheriff.
He shows up and gets thanked for being here. Nice to meet you, Sheriff.
I've always been a fire guy myself.
Thank you.
Oh, we have a national park.
Okay, pinnacles, right? We were talking about that. I was talking about that with the supervisor. Okay, there's those opportunities to potentially leverage some of the beautiful things that are here and the things that would attract people to come actually even see San Benito, right? Okay. How about? Okay. No, go ahead.
We're a smaller community, so there's fewer competing. Okay,
great. How about a couple of weaknesses? And let's be careful we're not naming names.
Are you elected?
Speak for yourself.
Sheriff, please stand on.
Which one are you talking about?
Oh, it's gotta be me.
Okay, so lack of resources to actually execute and do some of the things, so staffing and financial. Okay, what else? Thank you.
retention and employee leaving.
So yeah, like losing people for the wrong reasons. So retention. Yeah.
To some degree, while we're here, we're creating a vision, lack of vision, getting everybody on the table at the same time.
Right. All right. So when you think about,
I'm going to add one more that, and this is not a knock on us as much as a reality of of a small county, and it's real lack of the staffing levels and using people the right way and things like that. But customer service, we really have to work on our customer service in a lot of areas. But that's improved if we're able to improve our staffing levels and work with people and decisions that they're supposed to
right. The right people on the right place on the bus. So Jim Collins stuff. I don't know if you've read that book, but Good to Great is looking at, you got some pretty motivated, dedicated folks. How do you help them go from being B to an A+? And you're not going to be A+ all the time, but at least you can hover in the A's. And sometimes we're just missing that opportunity for that lanyard, that little something extra to push them over the edge to actually really shine. So when they have a clear sense of purpose and can see that what they're doing is actually making a difference, whether it's about customer service improvements or, how resources are being used, your staff is really smart about what they do. A lot of staff, why would they get up in the morning and keep doing this over and over again? If they didn't care about something, they care about it, right? So, yeah, interesting. What about looking more globally, not out in the bigger world, but in the external community of San Benito County? What are some of the opportunities that you think could be leveraged to help move to the desired? Yes, please.
Professional development for partnering with state.
Yep.
Use IT technology.
Okay. So use of technology, training and development, looking for efficiencies in systems. Pardon?
Marketing.
Yeah. Communicating out. I was talking about that with the supervisor at the break around the idea that you do have things here, but how do you let people that are really attractive and beautiful and great reasons of coming to San Benito? What resources do you utilize to do that? How well or how effective? And what are the partnerships that you have for tourism and things like that to generate additional revenue? Okay. One more opportunity.
I'm going to share one that I didn't know about, but apparently our airport is capable of taking in a 757. So actually leveraging that for businesses, because businesses need connectivity for products or for whatever it might be. So that's a resource that us housing is really the rest of the house.
Thinking about airport, how to leverage and utilize effectively what the airport provides as opportunities for that connectivity.
Okay, cool.
What about threats or barriers? I'm going to combine those so you can speak to either one. Okay. Threats or barriers?
Turnover.
Lack of money.
Okay.
Housing costs are too high.
Okay.
Unfunded mandates.
From a law enforcement perspective, our neighboring counties are environments where some criminal activity kind of thrives. If you listen to the news, you might hear some of it from the city to our southwest. And
the city who shall not be named.
Right.
For those of you who know Harry Potter. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And because of our rural environment, we become an opportunity for some spillover crimes from our neighboring communities. And without a greater presence of law enforcement in those areas, there's opportunities for crimes to occur, serious crimes that would affect the reputation of our community and affect the image of our community. And I think that hurts us going forward with tourism, going forward with development, going forward with attracting businesses. A damaged reputation is hard to overcome.
Yeah. Better to be proactive and maybe be a little anemic, but do something, than it is to do nothing and then regret that you didn't do anything. Right? In terms of the barriers to that, another thing to think about that ties back to staffing is imagine trying to recruit for the sheriff's department or the jail. I was talking about this yesterday. I don't think I mentioned it this morning. Do you have a sense in terms of data of how many applicants actually put in an application to work for you that actually qualifies to potentially even get hired? For every one position?
Yeah, I don't have that data, but I do know that it's pretty low. In speaking with my colleagues in law enforcement around the commutable region, which would be 75 miles in any direction, they are all hiring from the same applicant pool.
Yep.
So the people that apply to work for me are also applying at San Jose PD, Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office, Watson PD, Sneeze PD, Merced County. And so we're all sharing the same applicant pool, and they get snatched up pretty quickly.
It's yeah.
So I did research this when I was in Monterey County, and for law enforcement for the state of California, the success rate is around 1.5%.
Yeah, I had heard it was for every one applicant, every one position that was actually hired, 150 applicants. So it's anywhere from 100 to 150 people. So you throw that net out, they've thrown their net out to a bunch of other places, so now we're back to that staffing, recruitment, and retention and training issue, right? So to invest in your staff and invest in getting the right people in the right places on the bus, so to speak, is potentially one of your best investments. It's one of your most expensive resources anyway. How well are you utilizing those resources to help you get the best you can get? So there we go. How about any other, barriers?
Only 2 main roads in and out of North County and 1 in and out of South County.
Okay. So limited infrastructure. Okay.
Technology infrastructure, high-speed internet, and some of those things.
And we talked earlier about, technology from what's required by the state just for a county to be able to fulfill its responsibilities and mandates. Having worked intimately with HMIS, which is a homelessness management information system, which is required by HUD in order for you to get your HUD allocation. That system is so old, and they're patching it together, and there are very few people with IT skills that can actually even know how to use that system. You have to have a certain small group of consultants to help you. It's so cumbersome. It's like why Congress won't make a change to that as a whole political issue, and yet you have to live with it.
And that's just one.
That's right.
Of the myriad of systems just in Health and Human Services alone that we have
Right.
to try to
That's right.
somehow bring the data together in one place and shuffle it around to make it applicable in another place.
There is not a single Fortune 500 company that has to deal with as many different data requirements as public sector agencies and counties do. It's amazing. Even Facebook. They should be doing things that they're not, but it's a completely different thing. And when you've got arrest data, financial data, health data, birth, death data, you've got so much that you're responsible for, and everything has a different system. It's mind-boggling, actually. So technology from what the county itself as an organization needs to utilize, and also technology by the people who live and work here, and what is the infrastructure that's needed for them to be successful in doing what they need to do. And then there's the skills as well, because we were talking about the library, people coming in and maybe wanting to work on a computer because they don't have one at home, and are there enough computers in the library for people to be able to do that and develop their skills? So it trickles all the way around. There's lots of different angles to technology. Okay. Anything that someone wants to say about the SWAT slob to get it out for everybody to hear before I move to the next thing? Gone. All right. While I am talking about the next item, Hannah is going to come around and collect those 2 worksheets from you. And we're going to make sure she can read your handwriting. So if you were the scribe, if you could put your name on both of those. So what I find in these processes is often there are some pretty clear themes that end up emerging over the course of the day. And I suggested to Ray, Dulce, Edgar, Stewart, that we could potentially make some progress on identifying some potential goals. Okay, so I am not over-promising and under-delivering. I am not telling you that these are the goals. I am saying let's think about what would some goals be that you believe, if proposed and considered, would be valuable and useful for the county to consider putting in their plan. So I took a stab at looking at the themes that we've been discussing today. And I don't know if people can see past this yet. So I put up on the window here, there are 3. One is operational excellence or development, like organizational development, operational excellence. It includes staff recruitment, retention, and training. There are other things in there, too. There we talked about customer service. And, I remember saying this morning that customer service from an internal perspective, when you're collaborating and cooperating across departments, or you're the internal customer to another person, having that internal house in order is going to make you have way more capacity for you to provide better external service. So we've got those things that we pulled through. Cross-jurisdictional cooperation and collaboration. And why did I put those 2 different words up there? What's the difference for you between cooperation and collaboration?
It's actually assigning the work and doing the work.
I can I can cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean we're actually co-creating and doing something together. You do your part, I do my part. We're cooperative, but we've got our swim lanes that we're in. When you're collaborating, you're in the same lane together. And there are different projects and different realities that you need to be in the same lane together, and other ones you just need to keep each other informed. I think there's opportunities like with the education system, for example, to do both. Let them do what they need to do, you do what you need to do, and there are things that we need to be collaborating on in order to be effective at responding to the impacts and the needs of residents who are sending their kids to school. Another one was planning for growth, with both economic growth, housing, and the related infrastructure and the impacts of that growth. And I'm not just talking about the planning department, for example, or the RMA. I'm talking about what are the collateral impacts that happen because growth is going to happen.
given that it is happening, you've got all those units online and things, what might you need to plan for, both for economic development, the impacts of the housing, related expansions, and then other infrastructure like the roads and things like that. We have the technology times 3. It's, the county systems, the availability of the resource of technology and the infrastructure related to that, and then also how technology might be used to deal with some of these things. What have I missed? There's 4 right there. What do you think would be, and I put this slide up here, I think 3 or 4 of the most useful goals that you would recommend be considered for inclusion. Again, we're not boxing ourselves in here. We're saying these are things that need to be sort of explored and grappled with. And it's really about, if you achieved it, it would support that desirable future stuff that you identified.
I think community engagement, we talked about.
Okay.
Looking for the community to do parks and other resources.
And community engagement included, I heard several things about communication, both internal to the county and external. How do you leverage pinnacles? How do you leverage, the wine tasting and, all that kind of stuff that you were talking about? So what would draw people here so you could get tourism dollars and also make it a more attractive place for people to live and work? Right? And then you end up supporting the cities, the county, the school district to actually have a larger recruitment pool. Okay? So community engagement on a lot of different levels, including communication. What else?
Public-private partnerships.
Okay. Could that go under community engagement? Public, private partnerships. Those collaborations and cooperations. You don't want to be in private business's business too much, but you want to make it so they can do what they need to do to generate the revenue. There's got to be some connection between them.
Well, and the library does an excellent job with their friends to the library.
Right. Well, and workforce development too, Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir.
I agree with that last one. Public-private partnership. I think it's all more in the timing though.
We can put it in both places.
There's limited resources in our land. Use is definitely a big part of that. And so the plans for should be considered what's the whole vision of how we want to go, not just where the process is happening.
It's great when something can hit more than one target, because if you're doing public-private partnerships well, there might be collateral positive impacts on other goals as well. So it's good if things can show up in more than one place, because there's the potential for more benefit to engaging in those processes.
You could potentially influence staffing as well.
Absolutely.
Reduce the reliance on county funding for salaries and benefits.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if this was discussed, but financing some of these elements, making sure we're funding.
If I put it under operational or organizational development and excellence, I think the financial piece is there. We could also have our own goal around, financial stewardship and things like that. Put that in there. Because there's got to be revenue generated that's different than how things are currently or have been done. There's got to be a way to access additional funding sources. And so looking at resource development, human resource, as well as financial resource development. And that's, again, it can go in both places. It can be its own thing and it impacts the others. Yes, sir.
That'd be public safety. Another thing,
okay.
I mean, we got infrastructure, but for me, that's public safety. Public works is public safety. But as the sheriff mentioned, even if we don't grow here, the communities around us are growing, and we're feeling those impacts here, and we're going to have to address those impacts. Even if we don't grow here, we're still going to face those impacts.
Yep.
But also, on top of that, we have things, whether people want to acknowledge it or not, we have increased storm activity, which is a public safety issue.
Right.
We have increased fire threat. We have huge developments that aren't planning for fire.
Right.
So how do you address all of that?
Most counties I know have something related to health and safety, whether it's called out specifically as its own goal or not. And this brings me to, you have a handout that you can take that has litmus test criteria for different elements that are in typical plans. Some counties and entities use different terminology for some of these things. Focus areas are, of course, health and safety. Those are some of the mandates that counties face. So what do you want to do in that arena? What do you want to plan for in this arena? And where are the collaborations and cooperations that can happen and things like that? So we'll call this out. The temptation that I want you to resist is that not everything a county does ends up in your first run of a strategic plan. You do way too much. It would be 75 pages and no one's going to read it. Mm-hmm. You want like a 3 to 5 page, really accessible document that you can tap into, lean on, and hold it as your foundation, which is what I recommend be the first run at your strategic plan, is really get those priorities so accessible and easy to understand that you don't have to have been in this workshop to get it. But I wanted to give you the way that professionally done strategic plans, what kinds of things they include, right? And so not every department would be listed in a countywide strategic plan with its own line, right? But every department would tap into the goals in this plan. This is an overarching plan. It's like the umbrella over the county. Departments then should and can ultimately do their strategic planning so that they can roll up into what the countywide goals and opportunities are. Yes, sir.
I've heard our CAO mention, the state works really hard, and I appreciate staff doing it to create a better understanding for us where we're at today as far as being solved and having liquidity, and that really stands out to me because it gives you the flexibility to amend yourself to support future needs or planning and all these things, the limitations, your limit and your solvency is 30 and you struggle to
right.
figure out how to change. So I think, personally, under planning, I think solvency should be and liquidity should be a big focus.
Solvency and liquidity. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's your job. You're stewards of the public's resource. So some of this is balancing where you can have expansion and where you're investing. And it looks like you're going to need to consider what are the smartest investments to make in your people, in the relationships that you have with your stakeholders and partners, and also the internal folks that are the staff at the county. You're going to have to make some, very judicious, very careful calibrations and decisions about where you want to make your investments. Where are you going to get the most impact for your investment, value for your investment towards the overall goals. A couple people have talked about how they can or can't be here tomorrow or whatever. I just want to let you know that Hannah and I will be leaving in just a few minutes. We're not here tomorrow. But Dulce, Edgar, Ray, Stuart all have our contact information. We're going to be taking all the information that you generated today and doing our best to compile it all, and we're going to get it to that CAO team, hopefully next week. If we can decipher people's handwriting and put it in a coherent form, we'll have it to you soon. And then we're going to follow up with a phone call with the CAO team to think about and make some recommendations on some next steps. With that, though, I'm going to turn it over to Ray. If you have more input and more ideas, this is the beginning. This is not an end point. This is like we opened this up. So please don't feel like you're boxed into anything. These, like I keep saying, these are not necessarily the goals you're going to end up with, but these seem to be priorities that have come from the conversation. So it's all yours, Bob.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you all for making the time available today and as well as tomorrow. This is, I think, a step in the right direction for us. It's a really big thing, I think, for staff and having all the elected officials here from the city as well as the county is really important, and we're grateful you guys are able to make time. Wanted to mention a couple things, talking about liquidity and addressing our financial items. That's why we were going back and forth, Stuart and I. We were able to get the jail funded through the COP, and we just got that done today, saving a ton of money. We had, I think, 7 bidders, okay? And it's actually the rates that we anticipated and brought to the board was 4.22, and we were looking at an average annual payment of about $480,000, and we got 3.34%. Big deal. That's a AA, and all the work that we worked on. A lot of the things that we were talking about today is the reason why. So I want to congratulate Stuart and all the team, the board, for all of their work. Sheriff, everyone was a part of this in this team effort. So I really appreciate it.
Oh, that deserves a bigger blue balloon.
It's great, and we're going to have probably a report at our next board meeting. We're going to try to get that on and share the details with everyone. So appreciate it. Next steps, we're going to work together, and we're going to formulate our next steps, and we'll be coming back to the board, come with the plans, and hopefully we'll come back again and have some stakeholders and the city involved as well on the next steps, the next process. So anyways, I just wanted to again thank you all. Tomorrow I think it's going to be a great day as well, and it's going to be an actual joint meeting tomorrow. So hopefully you can all make it, especially the council members and also the planning commission. So the board planning commissioners will be here, and it will be a full day. The half day will be in the morning, so from 9 to 1, I believe it is. We're going to be talking about Brown Act, we're going to talk about Robert's rules, as I mentioned earlier, and roles and responsibilities. So I think it's going to be fun, be a healthy conversation, and I'm looking forward to it. In the afternoon, we're going to talk about land use. So John Gerton in the back is going to be presenting for us the second part of the day. Yeah. Excuse me?
It'll be nap time.
No food tomorrow. No, we will have food tomorrow. Just joking. And I think it'll be a healthy discussion as well. I think it'll be fun to hopefully. And you're all invited to stay as well. For those of you that are not going to be participating in the actual meeting itself. So anyways, that was it. I don't know if there's anything else from staff or.
I have a question. Is there be fresh donuts or is it
the leftovers?
Yeah, the leftovers.
Potato donuts and cookies.
Well, you will have some more pastries and other things. All right. So what's that? Yeah, so is there anything that, I wanted to ask their staff, Edgar, Dulce, Stuart, anybody want to highlight anything else or bring anything else to our attention? And then basically any comments from the public or from this group, what you'd like to see.
I just wanted to express again our gratitude to all the team members here from the county and the city. Having the city council, the majority of the city council here all day, that was a really big deal. Having Sam on the pizza here was a really big deal. I just want to say thank you all from all of our board members. I know we sincerely appreciate it. Thank you.
We definitely appreciate it. It takes a lot to get this to happen. So thank you.
Thanks for inviting us. Very, very important.
Well, thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. Well, enjoy your evenings with your spouses tonight, I guess. I don't know, if or your friends. Have a great time.
Not a private Although I must say, it got us a lot of credit.
Yes, in fact, if you just go to TED Talks, I'll show you how to do it. If you just do TED, let me check. Yeah. The neck. All you need is the golden circle. Just look up the golden circle. TED. And then golden circle. And then his name is Simon Sinek.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoy it. Yeah, it's fun to share. Resonates with different people in different ways.
Make a motion to adjourn. We've got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Jaime and Anthony, all in favor of adjourning?
Yes.
Anthony?
I heard him say yes.
Sorry, it's like, I'll get him for you.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Got a motion on the table here. Yes or no?
Yes or no?
All you have to do is say yes.
Yes. Okay.
All right, we're good.
5-0.
I guess so. Yeah.
I just didn't want to get you. I'm not worried about your wife. I'm worried about your apple trees. Dude, hopefully they're not on. Hopefully they're not on lights.
We lost our communications and working with homework.
Donuts home? Put them in your kitchen and then put them in the microwave tomorrow morning.
You try and get me divorced? Peter could take them and sell them at the shop for tomorrow.
Maybe with my coffee.
Yeah.
Valentine's Day, that's what I was saying, you know.
It's not Thanksgiving.
See ya. Thank you. See you tomorrow morning.
You know you wouldn't be saying that if your wife was in the room.
Okay, you better practice for this evening, Valentine's Day.
Supervisor, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It's a placer conocerte.
Muchas gracias.
We'll talk soon.
Yes, most definitely. Yep.
All right. We need to we'll clean up.
I think we're good. I think they're going to set up for tomorrow. So.
Oh, okay, perfect. Just leave this. Okay, great. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got those ready.
Okay, so all the flip charts you can have. Okay. Or we can dump it. Got it on whatever you want to do.
I just, yeah, just working on these. I got like through 5 of the sheets. Pretty good. I'm just gonna pop it in there and then I'll see if there's a lot of repeat. We'll see. But it's either some without names, so I know we got some that weren't stickers, which is fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, my notes are sloppy. No, it's fine. I can like fill in the blanks. It's all good.
Es una copia aparte. Y también la versión que tienes como el Word. There were some people that were asking. I know some that need the extra handout.
3 from San Juan. We have 3 from San Juan, and then we have 4 from the commission, and then they were right here. Maybe a couple more back there, one more back there. I think because he uses that. We're still missing on
Okay, we need to push this one back together. Somehow they have to pull these down. Yeah, because we'll straighten this one out a little bit. There we go. Okay, so this one here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't think we need these, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh. John, thank you for reminding me. I after I saw you.
We need one more.
Are we putting the pads out again, or?
Yeah. These just for these guys. We need one more chair over here. One more chair over here.